There's only 700 endangered mountain gorillas left in the entire world, and really they're all found right here in the Central African nations. But there's about 360 of them in the mountain ranges which we're in right now. So we're on our way to find 14 of them. Hi everyone, I'm Julie Scardina here at Busch Gardens, Tampa, and this is Mayombe Reserve, home to 7 western lowland gorillas, one of which was discovered pregnant soon before I left for an African adventure to view gorillas in the wild. Back in 1999, I visited the Central African Republic in search of lowland gorillas. And even though we discovered footprints and food, I never actually saw the gorillas. So recently, when I had the opportunity to visit Rwanda, I jumped at the chance to return to Africa, this time to visit the very endangered mountain gorillas. In the next 30 minutes, you'll witness several life-changing events as we follow the emotional story of Kashina through her pregnancy and explore all that it takes to prepare for a new baby at Mayombe. And you'll join me on my journey deep into the Rwandan forest to see if I'm successful on my second attempt to find gorillas. All this and a whole lot more coming up right now in this episode of Saving a Species, The Gorilla Story. Since Busch Gardens Mayombe is such a beautiful habitat, you'd think it would be the perfect romantic setting for gorillas, right? Well, sometimes it's as much about chemistry. And it wasn't until a gorilla named Senzu arrived from the Denver Zoo that things really started to get exciting. Sure, the possibility of a gorilla baby at Busch Gardens is thrilling, but the staff knows it's so much more than that.
They're critically endangered in the wild, so anything that we can do in a zoological setting is going to help them ultimately in the future.
So there are reasons to celebrate. It marks a step forward in gorilla conservation, and it will be the first gorilla birth ever in Busch Gardens' 46-year history. That is, if everything goes smoothly. In the medical area behind the scenes at Mayombe, Dr. Ray Ball leads Kashina's extraordinary veterinary team. They're all aware that a gorilla birth in a zoological park is quite remarkable.
It's not a very common event at all, so it's quite noteworthy in general for the species, and it is our first here at Busch Gardens, so we're all very excited and anxious to see this come out well.
The gestation period, or length of pregnancy for a gorilla, lasts 8 to 8.5 months. Adult female gorillas, although smaller than males, are still big, weighing on the average of around 200 pounds. Plus, they're strong. From the very beginning, Kashina and her keepers work with each other to make sure Kashina stays healthy and comfortable, while both she and the staff remain safe.
We first saw some breeding with Kashina around April 11th, and 2 weeks after that we followed up with an over-the-counter pregnancy test that you would find at just a regular local pharmacy. After that, we verified it a couple more times, and then we started the ultrasound training.
Kashina's ultrasounds are done on a completely voluntary basis. On cue, she climbs the mesh and presents herself for these important medical exams. One thing Dr. Ball may be able to tell from the ultrasound is whether or not Kashina will be able to deliver the baby naturally. If there are complications, she might need a surgical operation to deliver the baby. And just like in humans, it's called a cesarean or C-section.
We really couldn't see anything until she was about 6-8 weeks into her gestation. And we wanted to try to follow it the best we could and see if there was anything we needed to do to help us plan for a cesarean, a natural birth, or just something to help her along. So we've been doing it on a sort of an infrequent basis just to see, one, that she's still pregnant, if we can get an idea of the size of the baby, and just, get an overall assessment to make sure everything's going along well.
Making sure all is going well during the pregnancy is certainly important.
That little circle right there, yeah, that's probably part of the baby.
But But the team is uncertain how Kashina will react to the baby after it's born. So learning how to be a good mom becomes a big part of Kashina's training. After all, gorilla babies are still babies.
They are very tiny in comparison, especially to human babies. They're only about 3 to 4 pounds.
Since baby gorillas are completely dependent on their mothers until they're at least 6 months old, the bond between mom and baby is crucial. So the team invents some creative techniques to teach Kashina how to care for her newborn.
These are stuffed gorillas that we're planning to use for Kashina's training. What we're going to do is we wanted to use an object that looks similar to a gorilla baby. That way she can get used to seeing it, bringing something up to the mesh, presenting a bottle to it in case we do have that worst case scenario.
We have a vest that we wear around, so she sees me holding that baby venturally whenever I'm working with her. They learn from visual. So we're hoping by her watching me carry the animal around that she will learn how to carry her baby around.
But what if Kashina doesn't respond to her baby? Then the team would switch to plan B.
Of course, we would hope that Kashina is a great mom and does everything that she needs to do and raises it wonderfully. Worst case scenario would be she's not interested in it at all, and then we would have to step in and start caring for it until we were able to put it back with her.
There's a lot of preparation for after the baby's born, but first we have to get through the pregnancy.
Last night we came into the house and we noticed there was a little bit of blood spots on the floor. So we called our vets right away and they told us to go ahead and separate her down and keep a close eye on her.
Well, we've been hiking now for about an hour. Have seen some signs, a little poop back there on the road, but the guides are going up forward and to see if they can find exactly where the gorillas are. So we're keeping our fingers crossed. Stay with us. Mayambi Reserve is a great place for anybody to come and get an up-close look at gorillas. And over the years, we've been involved in some pretty amazing experiences with them here at Busch Gardens. But you know, regardless of how incredible these experiences have been, I don't think anything prepared me for what I was about to witness in Rwanda. Gorilla poop. Great sign that the gorillas have been here. And definitely they're vegetarians. Gorillas are members of the great ape family, which is comprised of 2 primary species, eastern gorillas and western gorillas. The eastern gorilla is made up of 2 subspecies, the eastern lowland gorilla and the mountain gorilla. And the western gorilla's 2 subspecies are the western lowland gorilla and the cross river gorilla. Gorillas are found in rainforests, swamps, or in the case of mountain gorillas, the higher altitudes of Central Africa. Our journey starts here in Rwanda. And after my unsuccessful search for gorillas a few years ago, I'm filled with anticipation. Our guide, Anaclet, preps us on the limited amount of time we have.
The maximum time we have to spend with the gorillas is only 1 hour. This is because we want to give them time to deal with their daily or usual activities, like looking for food. If they need to populate, they will have time, because these gorillas, they are used to people. They can even stay with us the whole day. They don't mind. But staying with people the whole day will not be good for them, because they will forget what they have to do, which is not good for the conservation.
So we head into the forest to look for gorillas. But I just have one minor concern. Will we see stinging nettles on the way, or not until we kind of get right near the gorillas? The air is cool, but as we walk, we warm up quickly. Not long into the hike, I think about how significant this opportunity is. There's only 700 endangered mountain gorillas left in the entire world, and really they're all found right here in the Central African nations. But there's about 360 of them in the mountain ranges which we're in right now. So we're on our way to find 14 of them. And along the way, you never know what you'll run across.
Buffalo feces. Very, very fresh.
Watch where you step. Actually, I'm more concerned about where I put my hands. Who knows? I'm gonna put my gloves back on in case we run into any stinging nettles. All right. One thing's for sure, the park has plenty of the gorillas' favorite foods. Look at, this is what the gorillas feed on, is these little shoots here. They actually just break them off. And look at that. Peel off the outer part, and inside, hearts of bamboo. Very good.
Mostly what they want is this part. It's like a sugar cane.
Heart of bamboo? Let me try it.
Bamboo, yeah.
The gorillas know what's going on. I tell you, that's good stuff.
Like in
Okay,
this
I'll share.
area, there are so many bamboo.
That's good.
I'm moving out here. It's good stuff.
As we get deeper into our trek, I wonder if we're gonna see those gorillas. And I wonder about something else. We need gloves for the nettles?
Yes.
Okay, keep them on. I guess I'm just thinking about the nettles there. Anaclet believes we're getting closer to the gorillas. And as we start a steeper climb up the mountain, suddenly, he does something that really touches me. You're actually asking the gorillas?
Yes.
Okay.
That we are coming, we are approaching. May we enter?
And what if they say no? What happens?
If they say no, they can. They don't want.
Okay. And
But
if they say
don't
yes?
reply, they will
Okay.
keep quiet.
Okay. Wow. They asked permission. That is so cool. Maybe that's what we didn't do on my 1999 trip. Because today, asking permission gives us great results. God, this is absolutely amazing. We didn't really have to hike that far. The gorillas are on the edge of the bamboo forest, and they're sitting right out in the open, which isn't very common at all. Normally, people are having to hike for hours. They're having to go through the bamboo forest, through the stinging nettles, and the gorillas are right here in front of us. Our whole group is just amazed. This is better than I ever expected. The silverback is 5 yards in back of me right now. He is the largest male of this group. And look at this, the baby is crawling up right in front. I've got to move out of the way because the baby is coming right up to us. The silverback is very protective of the group, and he will actually fight to the death in order to protect them. So that's why we're staying out of the way. The biggest and strongest gorilla actually becomes the silverback, the leader of the group. and he wasn't really hanging out too much with the rest of the group. We saw him walk by once, but he was still on the lookout while the others were resting. And what's most interesting is he was the first one to take off, so he led the group out. They just got up and followed without too much communication. They knew it was time, and the really interesting thing is this guy here. He's the assistant to the leader, and he stays behind to make sure everybody is gone and that everything is safe. You got the leader in the front and the assistant in the back. What a system. After a very quick hour, it's time to head back to camp.
Thank you very much. As long as you are within the country, I'm sure you will be discovering many things from Rwanda. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh my gosh, this was incredible. Never expected it to be this good.
Thank you.
And the rest of the group shares my enthusiasm.
It's just life-changing in the sense that you have a total appreciation for wildlife and the need to conserve.
As a photographer, you want to see at least an eye or nose or something like this. Heck, we come out here today and they're in broad daylight. And they were kind enough to share an hour of their lives with us.
It was insane. It was absolutely insane. I never thought in a million years I'd ever get that close to a gorilla.
It doesn't get any better than this.
Even Anna Klett, who sees the gorillas every day, still appreciates them at the deepest level.
I love animals. I love gorillas. I love them. I want them to stay there, to increase their number, so that even my children maybe have opportunity to see them in their future. I love them. I love conservation.
What an incredible day. A day that none of us would trade for the world. And as it comes to an end, I remember something that struck me when I was watching the gorillas. Something back home that I have to look forward to. When I see these babies, I think of Kashina, who's pregnant right now at Busch Gardens, Tampa Bay. We're all waiting. We're doing everything we can to make sure it's a healthy and successful birth. Okay, I finally found why we're actually wearing the gloves. These are stinging nettles. And if they get on your skin, they actually burn. And it doesn't go away for quite a while. So that's why we were told to wear the gloves. They're right here in the area of the gorillas. As Kashina nears her expected delivery date, the team notices signs that there may be a problem. Her veterinary staff responds immediately under the direction of Busch Gardens vet, Dr. Ball. Suddenly, the moment the team has been waiting for is now filled with apprehension and concern as the scene unfolds minute by minute. Quickly, Kashina is prepped for an ultrasound to determine the severity of the problem.
I think that's the heart. I'm not seeing any movement at all, guys. I'm not seeing the baby move.
But then there's movement.
Right down there. Nope, I think. Yep. There's something going. I'm just gonna try to count that. Somebody give me start. Stop it. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. 15 seconds. I had 30. What's mom's?
135.
And 120. We got a disparity there, so I think that's not good.
At this moment, based on his assessment, Dr. Ball decides to do a cesarean section. A decision that will hopefully save Kashina and her baby. Preparations are made to do surgery in the OR. Since gorilla births are so similar to human births, a local OB/GYN, Dr. Lynch, had been consulting throughout Kashina's pregnancy. So now she joins the surgical team as they work to deliver the baby.
She's good.
And then, the moment we have all waited for. A healthy, hefty baby boy. Baby Belingo has finally arrived. The team is elated as mom starts on her course of recuperation and baby starts a whole new life.
I know it happens all the time on a daily basis all over the world. Babies are born, gorillas are born, chimps are born, but to just be there and be able to witness the C-section and have this baby, almost 5-pound gorilla, come out, and he was alive and everything was going to be okay. It was just very, very hard to explain, other than just the most exciting thing I think I've ever done, even giving birth to my own children.
One major hurdle is overcome, but another is on the horizon. Remember all the training that went into preparing Kashina to be a good mom? Well, we hope it works, but only time will tell. For the last 8 years, we've actually supported a program in the Congo called Mbeli Bai. And even though those are lowland gorillas as opposed to these mountain gorillas, it's all information that's added to what is known about gorillas. And as a matter of fact, just a few weeks ago, it was discovered at the Mbeli Bai project that gorillas use tools for the first time that was ever documented, which is a pretty amazing thing. Our guide told us that this is actually a type of squash, which is elephant food, but that the gorilla babies use it as a ball toy. Now, if that's not human, I don't know what is. So just how big is it to have baby Belingo born at Busch Gardens?
Absolutely huge for us. This is the first gorilla birth at Busch Gardens in Tampa, so we've been waiting for this for quite a long time. So as you can tell, everybody's really pumped up. We've had the veterinary staff and the zoological keeping staff, the animal care staff, probably involved with it the whole time. So finally, we get to see the baby, and the baby's here, and it's nice and healthy, and we couldn't be happier.
In the 10 days it took Kashina to recuperate from giving birth, the Busch Gardens team cared for Belingo 24/7, all the time wondering, how risky is it to introduce Kashina to her newborn son?
We felt it was definitely important to take that chance, because that is the most important thing, that he is raised by her and not by us, even for a few months.
Knowing how significant the mother-baby bond is, it was important to reunite Kashina with Belingo. This introduction was thought through as carefully as every other step of this entire process.
We fed him a bottle. We had the black fur vest that he was used to clinging onto. He was quite content. He didn't cry at all. We secured the bedroom, and then we opened the door, and she immediately, without any hesitation, came over, kind of picked him up off that rug, threw that rug aside, and she took off into a corner with him and was holding him and kissing him and grumbling and happy singing with him immediately. And we just did the observations, and she's not put him down since.
And that's a good thing, since gorilla babies stay close to their mothers until they reach 4 to 5 years of age. This relationship is instrumental in the well-being and healthy development of young gorillas. Dr. Chris Whittier knows the reverse side of this all too well. As a field veterinarian with the Mountain Gorilla Veterinary Project in Rwanda, he sees the results of orphan gorillas firsthand. But the mutual benefits of information shared between programs like MGVP and zoological parks is apparent to Chris.
We're very fortunate with this wild population because so much is known about gorilla medicine from zoos. So, we have the basic anesthesia protocols, and we have some idea of what normal blood values are and all of those sort of things. So basically the veterinary medicine that's been done with zoo gorillas is a very good starting point for us. And yeah, there are some subtle differences with these gorillas, but not a lot.
In return, information from programs like the Mountain Gorilla Veterinary Project may lead to techniques that help preserve this extremely endangered animal. Threats such as habitat loss, hunting them for bushmeat, or poaching the parents in order to abduct the babies remains a challenge. Believe it or not, snares like this are still being used to trap wild gorillas. orphans are still found. And that's how Chris came to know this eastern lowland gorilla, a 3-year-old male that had been taken from his family and was malnourished and traumatized. Chris hopes to rehabilitate him and return him to a family group when he's older. But there are some bumps in the road.
You know, a lot of people imagine that it must be, great to have a baby gorilla in the yard. And yeah, sometimes it's great, but it's also, it's an animal that shouldn't, be living in the yard. And he's quite a handful. He's almost 70 pounds now. And he's probably stronger than I am. I liken him to, a 3 to 5-year-old child that's as strong as a 30-year-old man. So he's quite a handful.
But there is some good news. Increased security in African parks has reduced poaching. Ecotourism, native education, and government support have all helped to increase awareness of the gorilla's plight. And as people become more aware, they become more involved. And that's the answer to saving endangered species. Back in the U.S., we can do our part in conservation through education. And today, Kashina and Bolingo are doing great and can be seen at Mayombe Reserve. Kashina is a doting and caring mother, and Bolingo is exploring his new environment from a perfect vantage point. They play a big role in educating guests about gorillas, and what we learned from Bolingo's success story can be shared to help other zoological parks.
I am in the middle of working on a paper to hopefully present at the AZA conference, and we want to talk about what worked for us with Kashina. So hopefully other facilities can take what we've used with her, and maybe if they need the same situation, they can use some of the same things.
From Africa to America, we work together to save one species, because all of them are crucial to the health of our planet.
I think it's safe to say that if the gorillas weren't part of this forest, there would be much less interest in protecting it for the other animals, and the whole ecosystem would suffer.
The birth of Bolingo was remarkable for many reasons. In addition to making history here at Busch Gardens, he's a new link in the gorilla's species survival plan, and he'll play an important role in education and demonstrating just how amazing gorillas really are. From Busch Gardens and SeaWorld, I'm Julie Scardina. Thanks for watching The Gorilla Story.
Hi, I'm Jenny Bush, Conservation Ambassador for the Anheuser-Busch Adventure Parks. SeaWorld, Busch Gardens, and Discovery Cove are dedicated to the conservation and preservation of wildlife. And we believe the stories like the one you just experienced need to be told. The primates featured in this program are just a few of the many species that benefit from the SeaWorld and Busch Gardens Conservation Fund, a nonprofit charitable organization dedicated to habitat protection, wildlife research, animal rescue, and conservation education. Your support to the continued viewing of programs like this is appreciated. I encourage you to learn all you can about animals and their environment. Remember, we're all interconnected. What happens to them eventually happens to us, so we need to protect them and their habitats. Together, we can make a difference.
Hey, I'm Johnny Alonso.
And I'm Jennifer Pulley.
And welcome to NASA 360.
Hi, I'm Jennifer Pulley. Now, when someone mentions the word NASA, what comes to mind? Space, aeronautics, astronauts, the moon, sure, all those things probably come to mind. But have you ever thought about things you use in your home every day? That's right. A lot of things that NASA originally developed for the space program are now being used in our homes today. You want me to name some? Sure. Foam mattresses, computer technology, sporting equipment, and of course that oh-so-yummy freeze-dried food. Foam mattresses and freeze-dried foods are just a few examples of the numerous inventions inspired by NASA that are being used by us today. In fact, since the beginning of the space program, nearly 8% of all the inventions in the whole world have come in some way from NASA research. One of the most successful, the cordless power tool. Check this out. When NASA started planning on how to send humans to the moon, they knew they couldn't go to the store and buy things off the shelf and send it into space. No way. They had to invent nearly everything themselves, including the spacecraft, life support systems, and of course, space tools. Everything from specialized wrenches to small handheld vacuums had to be developed. NASA's space program started in 1958. Now back then, when you needed power for a power tool, like a drill, you just found a plug and an outlet, right? Plugged it in, got power. On the moon, there's no plugs. Obviously, outlets on the moon were non-existent, so when the idea for cordless power tools came into play, NASA looked to a power tool giant for help. Any idea which company stepped up to the plate? Well, if you guessed Black & Decker, you're right. Back in the 1950s, the idea for the cordless power tool came from the Black & Decker Corporation. Alonzo Decker noticed that one of the biggest home improvement specialties of the time was aluminum storm window installation. One problem he noticed was that the workmen would rig up their power tools to an outside porch lamp, kind of like this one. And then they'd ask the housewife who was inside the home to turn on the power switch. Shocking, but true. And that worked well until more and more women began entering the workforce, leaving no one at home during the day to turn on the power for those poor men. So in 1961, after years of research and testing, Black & Decker introduced the first cordless drill, an innovation powered by self-contained battery cells. When NASA heard Black & Decker had successfully designed a cordless power system, they had to have it. The first use of cordless tools in space was the Black & Decker zero-impact wrench for the Gemini project. This wrench was great because it spun bolts at zero gravity without spinning the astronaut. Not a problem we had to worry about here on Earth. The big test was a cordless rotary hammer drill for the Apollo moon program. NASA researchers knew that they would need a very powerful drill that could operate at extreme temperatures and in zero-atmosphere conditions to take rock samples from the surface of the moon, all without connecting to a power outlet. Talk about an amazing drill. It helped bring back moon samples that researchers are still studying today. My buddy Johnny Alonso flew out to Aspen, Colorado to attend the Winter X Games. Now out there, he saw some high-flying action and he talked to some athletes who are using NASA-inspired technology in their sporting equipment.
All right, so now we know that NASA has been instrumental in changing our lives down here on Earth with power tools and such. But did you ever think that NASA might have tried to help us out with, I don't know, sporting goods? Yeah, of course they have. Check it out. During some of the most recent Olympics, NASA know-how have helped design specialized ribbed swimsuits that help swimmers get through the water faster. These swimsuits had tiny grooves that reduced drag caused by turbulence in the water. Do you know that NASA researchers actually tested pieces of swimsuits in their wind tunnels for research? Testing objects that move in the water is very similar to testing objects that move in the air. And trust me, NASA has tested virtually everything that flies in the air in its wind tunnels. So did this testing work out for our Olympic athletes? Absolutely. Our swimmers came back with more medals with just a little help from NASA. So that's how they help some of our elite athletes. But what about folks like you and me? You know, the not-so-elite athletes. Yeah, they've helped us out too. But in order to understand, you had to understand how NASA helped itself out. Back in the 80s and 90s, NASA was funding research to create new materials to be used in aerospace applications. They were looking for materials that were strong, durable, and lightweight. You know, to be used for spacecraft, aircraft, drills, man, pretty much everything. During this process of creation, a landmark discovery was made during a research project using vitrified metals. Yeah, vitrified. A vitrified metal is frozen liquid that fails to crystallize during solidification, combining properties of metal and glass not found in nature. Got it? What researchers made is something that is now called liquid metal, or also known as metallic glass. Now, liquid metal, it's an alloy blend that is twice as strong as titanium, but softer and more elastic. This stuff's amazing. Today, liquid metal is being considered to replace titanium in medical instruments, military and aerospace applications. It's also being used in recreational equipment like tennis rackets, golf clubs, baseball bats, snowboards, and skis. So to help us check out how liquid metal is being used in sporting equipment, I came over to Aspen, Colorado, the Winter X Games. Here at the Winter X Games, amazing athletes are using some of these materials and putting them to the test on the slopes. Of course, people like me who hope to become one of those elite athletes can still use these materials as well. Check it out, I'm gonna have a chat with my buddy Rex, who works for a small company called Head. Yeah, same company that builds some of the greatest equipment for some of the best athletes in the world. Oh yeah, and Rex just happens to be a two-time US Extreme Free Skiing champion. Rex is gonna be talking with me how liquid metal is being used with Head skis and snowboards, and maybe, just maybe, he's gonna give me some pointers on how to get on the podium one day. What's going on, bro?
How are you?
How you feel?
Good.
Good.
Yeah.
It's a little cold today, isn't it?
It is.
Check it out. Can you tell me something about Head skis and how they're using liquid metal today?
Head skis is using liquid metal. They attach a layer of it to the load-carrying parts of this ski. It creates faster rebound. This makes the ski livelier, and it makes it livelier for longer. They also use it in golf club heads, aluminum baseball bats, things like that.
Any other companies besides Head?
Head Skis is the only ski company using this technology.
Really? So, bro, walk me through it. If you had just a conventional pair of skis compared to these new skis, what would be the difference?
The old metal in the skis has memory, so that every time you were bending it, it remembered that bend, and it would never go back to its original shape. Okay. The liquid metal doesn't do that. The liquid metal always goes back to its original shape. It's going to make it more springy off the jumps. It's going to make it faster in the gates, and it's going to make it more fun.
So it's almost like always having a new pair of skis.
It's like always having a new pair of skis. It does not break down.
And really?
Yeah.
What's the lifeline on it? Any idea?
You know, I don't think we found that yet. We've used it for several years now, and my skis still feel like new.
Really?
Every time.
That's awesome.
You know, the liquid metal skis are just they're gonna track more, they're gonna track better, they're gonna stay on the snow.
Okay.
Snow contact is really important. The other skis are gonna chatter a little bit more, not with liquid metal.
Really?
It's gonna be fast, rebounding right back on the snow, every bump.
Let's talk about Head Skis and the company and, you know, everybody that's on board with you.
Back in the 40s, Howard Head developed a new technology to laminate different materials together, metal, wood, fiberglass, and he was the first one to do that. Before then, all the skis were just carved out of a block of wood. And so he was the first one to do that. He took his poker winnings and put it all into these 6 pairs of skis. All 6 pairs ended up breaking, but he never gave up, and he kept at it. And all skis today are based on that same principle. So he was an innovator back then. We're an innovator today with liquid metal, intelligence, all these other new technologies that nobody else has, and we're trying to stay ahead of that game. Some of our athletes now, Bodie Miller, Yoon Olsen, Johnny Mosley, those guys have input on these skis, and they're the ones, the athletes develop these skis. The company gives the public the skis that the athletes want.
Really? So they give you feedback?
They give us all feedback, yeah.
Wow, man. That's something else.
Yeah.
Well, tell me a little about the skis then. I mean, first of all, the liquid metal, where's it found in the ski?
The liquid metal in this ski is found just under the top sheet. You'll see that layer of metal right there.
This one right there?
Yep, that's it.
All the way down?
Yep.
That's awesome. So, yeah, I think most people would think that the liquid metal would be on the base or the bottom of the ski.
You know, the base is P-Tex for faster gliding. You don't really like to use metal down there, but
yeah, of course not.
Yeah, you know, it would dent up, and it doesn't absorb wax.
It's not an ice skate.
And yeah, so it's on the top,
yeah.
And it's you know, one of the load-carrying pieces of this piece of technology here.
Sure.
This is in the race line, you know, it's for everyone, but this is a high-end ski.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. And then I guess like the not-so-elite athlete like me would be able to use something like this?
You could absolutely use something like this,
yeah.
You know? You might not want it as long as we're all using it, but
it's almost as tall as I am.
Yeah, it's just going to make it easier and more fun, and, and you're going to have a better day on the hill.
Absolutely. Any advice to, you know, to I guess the shorties, the young kids out there?
You know, so we have all these technologies here that are developed by NASA. We're trying to make skiing safer, but You know, these technologies aren't the end all. You need to wear a helmet, you need to take lessons, you need to know your limits. You know, there needs to be a progression. You don't, just because you have these skis with all this technology in there doesn't mean that you can go out to the jumps that these guys are hitting in the X Games and be pulling the flips and stuff. You need to really be careful and learn how to do these things properly.
All right, so look, I guess you got to get back to the X Games. Rex, it was good seeing you again.
Good seeing you too.
Always, and I will definitely take all of your pointers to heart, and maybe it's going to help me out on the slopes. What do you think?
We'll see. I don't know, man. I'd stick to the bunny slope if I were you. You can follow my daughter.
I put you on the show, and you got to do this thing. Unbelievable. This guy. So we're wrapping up here at the X Games in Aspen, Colorado. We're going to be hitting the east side. We're going to go over to Boston, check out a cool new spacesuit from NASA. Hey, this is NASA 360. Stick around. There's a lot more to come.
Before we head back to Johnny in Cambridge, here's a question for you. What is 240 feet high, 400 feet long, and was one of the most important tools in getting those Apollo astronauts to the moon? If you're thinking, it's got to be some kind of a rocket, right? Like the Saturn V, perhaps. Well, you're absolutely wrong. While the Saturn V was important, the astronauts had to train in real-world conditions here on Earth before they landed on the moon. Where would they train for that? At this giant erector set. It used to be called the Lunar Landing Research Facility, but now it's known by people at NASA as the gantry. Back around 1965, it was determined that we needed a place to help Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin, and 22 other astronauts learn how to land a spacecraft on the moon. This new state-of-the-art training facility needed to feel and look like the moon. So engineers built this large, and I'm talking 240 feet high, 400 feet long, remember? A-frame structure with an overhead suspension system. They attached a spacecraft. The pilot would train to land the craft in simulated 1/6 gravity, which is the gravity of the moon. Engineers also built a landscape that looked just like the lunar surface, with craters, dust, just about everything. All this training came in handy when Neil Armstrong, flying Apollo 11, had to take the spacecraft out of automatic mode and land manually on the moon. You see, the auto mode of the Apollo 11 spacecraft had it headed directly for a huge crater. With less than 30 seconds of fuel left, Armstrong landed the craft safely on flat ground and made history as the first person to ever step on the moon. That's one small step for man, and well, you know the rest. Back here on Earth, what happened to the gantry after the Apollo missions? Well, some really smart people at NASA decided, I think we could use this to crash test airplanes. Yeah, crash test real airplanes for a living. Similar to how cars are crash tested to make them safer, NASA researchers basically do the same thing with airplanes, crash dummies and all. What they do is hook up an airplane to a large steel cable and swing it like a pendulum down to the ground and test how the plane handled the crash. What they found was that many of the crashes that seemed survivable were not. The planes looked to be in pretty good shape, but sensors embedded in the crash test dummies showed the occupants wouldn't have survived. That really stinks for you guys, but it's great news for all of us who fly on airplanes. Because of this research, NASA figured out ways to build airframes and aircraft seats to keep more people around in case of an accident. After, they sent these recommendations on to airplane manufacturers. Changes were made to incorporate these life-saving improvements. All right, now that NASA is planning to go back to the moon and send humans onto Mars, do you think they're still using the gantry for training? Of course they are. In fact, they are currently testing a new crew exploration vehicle. It's called Orion. And it's really exciting. So how will NASA use the old gantry on their new mission back to the moon and Mars? Before the space shuttle, astronauts used to arrive home by splashing into the ocean. Well, Orion might use that same idea. Or they may land in a desert in California using parachutes and good old airbags. Researchers at the gantry have been testing the bottom outer shell of the Orion spacecraft to see how the airbags perform on land. Researchers placed dirt that is very similar to the dirt in California and spread it out over the gantry floor. Then they swung the test vehicle up and released it. Looks like the old gantry is still pulling its weight after all these years. And you know, NASA isn't just planning on going back to the moon one day. Oh, they're planning on sending humans to Mars. This is going to be a completely different type of mission, never done before. So we have to develop tons of new technology to get us there. New spacecrafts to different types of food preparation, and even new spacesuits. Well, it's time to head back out to Johnny Alonso. He's in Cambridge, Massachusetts, learning about how these cool new spacesuits are going to work.
Hey, do you remember earlier in the program when I showed you a picture of an astronaut with this huge cordless power drill? Now that drill was actually pretty hard to handle because of the way the spacesuit was designed. Now those suits were the cutting edge back in the 1960s, yet astronauts still lacked the mobility they really needed. Future missions to places like Mars will require us to develop new types of spacesuits that not only keep our crew safe, but can allow astronauts increased mobility, just like they were working out in their own backyard. I came here to Cambridge, Mass. to speak with MIT professor Dava Newman. Her team is designing a new type of spacesuit that's going to be super effective and way comfortable for our astronauts. Hey, another great thing about this suit, might have some benefits for people back here on Earth. We're here at the Manned Vehicle Lab at MIT with Dr. Dava Newman. Doctor, thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks, Johnny. It's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks. So, tell me a little about what you guys are doing here.
So we specialize in looking at astronaut performance for both microgravity, the moon, Mars. We'll be able to talk to you today about some of our work in advanced spacesuit design. We're trying to design a suit actually to get astronauts to Mars. So it's a pretty futuristic looking concept. We call it the biosuit. We call it a second skin. You have to apply pressure to keep the astronauts alive. So in the current suit, that's like a balloon. You're operating inside a balloon. It's called the extravehicular mobility unit. Very massive suit, very heavy. It's about 140 kilos now. Now we're in Space Shuttle or on the International Space Station. It's weightlessness. So the astronauts don't feel the mass of the suit. They can work in it. It's great to do Hubble Space Telescope repairs. But when we get to the moon and Mars, we need a locomotion suit. So a lot of our research is geared to how do we provide astronauts with maximum mobility and minimum energy requirements. We want them to be able to go out and be productive and work for a long time. So that's what you'll see in the biosuit. The huge advantages are then we can aim for maximum mobility. It's much more like wearing clothes than it is operating in a big gas pressurized shell. Some of the advantages we have for the biosuit is we can have a really lightweight suit. When we get to the moon and Mars, our astronauts are going to be kneeling down and climbing and doing some really extreme tests. So we need to provide maximum mobility. And then finally, safety reasons. If, let's say you get a little tear, you're working on your knees and you get a little tear in the suit, we envision then you just put another layer on. You just wrap it up. Another layer of mechanical counterpressure. You just keep doing your business. You keep doing the science and experiments.
So you can repair the suit, I mean,
we think so. It depends. If we can, millimeter by millimeter, kind of small. You can't have a big gaping rip, of course. You have to always pressurize the astronaut explorer. But for a scuff or just a scratch, we think we could just put a quick bandage on it, literally. So some of the design concepts that we've incorporated into this mock-up, the black lines that you see are something we call lines of non-extension. If you move your skin in your arm and you move around, we want to, again, get maximum mobility. So it turns out if we have to carry the pressure, again, you want to pressurize the person and attain maximum mobility. So the black lines have a lot to do with trying to achieve that, holding constant pressure while providing maximum mobility. The gold lines that you see all over the suit, they kind of follow major muscle groups for thermal control to make sure that you're providing enough heat. And so you would just weave that in. The idea is you just weave that in and get thermal control, would sense the astronaut's temperature and heat them up if necessary or perhaps cool them down.
So how does it help astronauts on other planets?
So you can imagine if we can put here in the knee joint something that helps someone walk. When the astronauts get to Mars, they might have gone through a lot of physiological deconditioning. So you might have to assist their locomotion, probably in the first month until they really regain their muscle strength back. They might have a loss of about 40% muscle strength loss, 20 to 30% muscle atrophy. So if we can give them some assisted locomotion, that will really help, say, on early arrival to planets. It's a very expensive mission. We want to send people there, but when you get there, you can't take a month off. You need to work almost immediately. Sure. So we need to hopefully embed some of these enhancements, technological enhancements, kind of where the human and the robot come together in future suits. One of our 1G and medical benefits of some of our research are to think about helping people with disease on Earth. Okay. For instance, like locomotion. We really like to help people walk. We think about how our astronauts are going to walk on the moon and Mars, but there's a lot of people here, of course, on Earth that we'd like to help. So we look at some disabilities for stroke, cerebral palsy, multiple sclerosis, and we think of assisting that locomotion. So our designs help in that sense. We've had one project that's assisted locomotion, basically putting a power assist on a leg. For instance, a stroke patient usually is affected asymmetrical. Okay. So you might have the right side of your body that's working well, but for locomotion, your left side might not work so well. So we can take a look at the left leg then and try to give it a bit of a kick, if you will, to help the locomotion. You can take signals from the right side of the leg that's working perfectly and get the same ankle, knee angle, instantaneously get those to the left leg, and then have the right and left legs work together. Other applications for 1G that are found for extreme sports or athletics, you can imagine, helping people maybe jump higher, run faster, things like that. So that's where some of our robotics technology kind of embedded into some of these designs for the future. We'd like to pursue some of that research.
We're going to take a short break. We'll be right back. You're watching NASA 360.
This is our latest biosuit mock-up. Cool. We've worked with businesses here in the U.S., Charting Associates, and with some Italian designers, Dainese. It is skin tight. This is just a mock-up that kind of has the look and the feel of what the skin suit might look like in the future. So I can kind of demonstrate the mobility. It's really easy to bend down. I probably spend a lot of time, doing research and the moon and Mars in these kind of configurations. And the trick to mechanical counterpressure is if we put it on and it's pretty comfortable, then we want the ability to, while it's on, to be able to kind of cinch it up, get that final pressure production.
That's right there.
Right, so we can kind of show you a little demonstration. This is just a little mechanical system we're thinking about, but you can kind of see it cinching up, and sure enough, if I get it really tight here, it kind of applies more pressure.
Is it comfortable?
It's really comfortable.
Yeah?
Yeah.
great.
Nice and warm.
Yeah.
It's nice and warm. I can show you with the helmet on. People don't think it looks like a spacesuit until you put the helmet on.
Ah, cool.
All right, put that on. Need gold sunglasses in space.
Where'd you go?
There you go.
Something else. You look great. I mean, seriously. Yeah.
Thanks. You want one? We'll get you.
Absolutely.
All right.
I'll probably steal something from the shop anyway.
Okay.
Listen, nice to meet you, Dr.
Very nice to meet
Thank
you.
you. At MIT over here. So this is NASA 360. We're out. As you can see, NASA technology and inventions are not just for space travelers. They help all of us every day. Just take a look around your house. There are dozens of things that are inspired by NASA technology. And you can bet, with NASA's new push to go back to the moon and Mars, that tons of stuff is going to be developed to help our lives back here on Earth. All right, that's it for now. Thanks for joining us. I'm Johnny Alonso. Check you next time on NASA 360.
want each other to clap really loud so we can get started with the show. Louder! Hey, it's great to see everybody at the library. I brought a little water to cool everybody off on this hot day as we make a splash in the library. Try not to squirt any babies. A little bit of water. Oh my goodness, excuse me, sir. Working hard, that scout is working hard. Oh my goodness, excuse me. Make it grow, Dad. Make it grow. A little bit of water for everybody back over this way. Oh, and everybody up front too. Oh, that's even more disgusting. Pardon me. Hey, is everybody happy? No, is everybody happy? If you're ready for a great time, say, I'm ready. I'm ready. You know what? They say a smile is just a frown turned upside down. We're going to turn our downside up. So everybody help me. Shake out your hands. Put one finger in the air. Turn to the person on your left side. That's that side. Tap them on the shoulder and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Be careful. Turn to the person on this side. Tap them and say, hello, friend. Hello, friend. Just remember there's a million things that you can do at the library. You can come on in all the way around that way. We have plenty of room on the floor over here. I need somebody to help you with a magic trick on stage. Would that be you, sir? Come on down right there. Clap loud for that young man as he comes this way. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. You might be next. Hello, hello. Stand right there. Smile. You're in show business. What is your name? Ethan. Everybody say howdy, Ethan. Ethan, I've got two handkerchiefs, a yellow one and a red one. We're going to tie them together, Ethan, with a good knot. That's the best way to tie things is with a knot. Does that look like a pretty good knot, Ethan? I tell you what, you hold on to those two handkerchiefs. Perfect. And I'll get out my super summer, where did I put them? So, sunglasses. Here they are. What do you think, everybody? They're perfect for making a splash at the library. You don't have to worry about breaking them. That's for sure. On the count of three, you say go, and Ethan and I are going to do a cool trick with those sunglasses and those handkerchiefs. Ethan, hold them tight. Here we go. On the count of three, say go. 1, 2, 3, go. Just remember, there's a million things that you can learn to do. Whoa. The library. Ethan, did it work? I think it did. Look, 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 look. Whoa. How about a hand for Ethan? Turn around, Ethan. Turn around. Ladies and gentlemen, the next American Idol. Take a bow, Ethan. He's humble too. Clap loud for my friend Ethan. He did a great job. Thank you, buddy. Hey, welcome, Mom and Dad. Welcome, grandmothers and grandfathers, to the show. We're so glad that you're here today. Before we go any further, and before we do anything else, we need to make sure we're all ready to start as a group. So everybody, shake out your hands. This includes the grown-ups back there in the cheap seat. Just shake out your hands. Put your hands right in front of you. Good, good, good. Lower your hands a little higher. Put them right in front of you. I'm sorry. Some of the humor's for the grown-ups. But obviously that's no good either. You keep your hands like that. I'm going to put my hands like this. Now when my hands cross, right in the middle, when you see my two hands pass in front of one another like that, at that precise moment in time, I need you to bring your two hands together like this and make a clapping sound. Let's try it. So my hands cross once, you clap once. My hands cross twice, you clap twice. My hands don't cross, you don't clap. You got it. Cooperation. Big word. Needs to work together. Let's try it. Ready, set. That was okay your first time, but some of you were a little bit early. Lots of you were a little bit late. And some of the grown-ups were going like this. But I'm not pointing any fingers at those ladies over there. Hello, ladies over there. Let's try it. Hands up, get ready, get set. With my hands crossed, your hands clap. Ready, set. Oh, but don't clap unless my hands cross, okay? Remember, wait till my hands cross and you clap. Let's try it. All together. Ready, set. More than once. Follow me. Good. Better. Uh-huh. I wasn't dancing, was I? That won't happen again. This time, fast or slow, you follow me. Hey, I've got an idea. Let's do it in slow motion. Are you ready? Slow motion. A little faster. Bad. Better. Good. Notice how it sounds when we work together. I didn't stop yet. Some of the grown-ups didn't start yet. They're just staring at me. You can do it, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Faster. Thank you. You're beautiful. Thank you so much. Welcome to our show. Be sure that you laugh and clap while you're at the show today. Please do not wait till you go home to laugh and clap. It'll be too late. You'll be sitting at home later this afternoon, eating your afternoon snack. And all of a sudden you'll think back to the library in LaVergne, and you didn't clap while you were at the show, and you didn't laugh while you were at the show. So right there at your table, you might start going, your mom will think you are loony. You know what? Your mom already thinks you're loony. But we are glad that you're here today. Be sure you laugh and clap. I brought the newspaper with me today, and I was going to read you something out of the newspaper, but I can't find the right piece. Oh, here it is. I got it. Here it is right here. It says, it was about the show. Miss Lorna, did you see this in the paper? I was in the paper about the show. I'm famous. I'm a legend in my own mind. It says, that's not it, just a minute. Oh, here it is. Here it is, right here. About the show today. It's, that's not it. Just a minute. I must have grabbed the wrong piece. Oh, here it is. It says, that's not it. That's the weather. It says, today in LaVergne, Tennessee, that's where we are, it might rain. It might rain so hard, it could rain cats and dogs. I've never heard of such a thing. Ma'am, have you ever heard of such a thing? It says if it rains cats and dogs, be careful when you leave. You might step in a poodle. A puddle. We're going to have to ask a grown-up for a date on that joke. Let's see. You know what? I must have grabbed the wrong... This is very embarrassing, everybody. I must have grabbed the wrong pieces of paper. I know I put that paper in here somewhere. Would you help me fix this mess? On the count of 3, would you say Shazam? 1, 2, 3, Shazam! We'll just start over. That might be a lot better. Oh, now you can clap real loud. Oh, wait. Come on. I know what you're saying. You're saying, better than I thought he was going to be. Let's see. Oh, here it is right here. It says, today at LaVergne, the public library, that's where we are, we're going to have a wonderful show starring the beautiful, starring the talented, gorgeous, good-looking Miss Lorna. Hey! Oh, it's the pink hair, I think. You know what, Miss Lorna, we do want to thank Miss Lorna. She's been working hard all summer to see that you have a great time and all free at the library. I think we should clap loud for Miss Lorna right now. Thank you, Miss Lorna. You know what? She's here to help you learn. The more you read, the more you know, and the more you know, the smarter you grow. Oh, I almost forgot to show you my favorite trick of all time. Ladies and gentlemen, here it is. Watch closely. Watch. 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 I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Ta-da! It's my watch. It was a joke. You didn't think it was funny? No, Mr. Scott, you just took it off your wrist. Ha ha ha. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time for me to share with you one of my favorite stories. It's sort of like a fairy tale, but it's for grown-ups, too. Once upon a time, there was a king, and everyone loved the king because he always made the right decisions. The king always knew just exactly what to do. One day, the king made a decree. That's like a law. That anytime his subjects met one another, they had to share something. And way back in those days, what the people had to share were called warm fuzzies. You see, way back then, at birth, every person was given a very special magic bag. And whenever they wished, they could reach inside their magic bag and pull out a warm fuzzy. While you might be walking down the street when a total stranger came up to you and said, "You want a warm fuzzy?" And when you said, "Uh-huh," he'd reach inside his bag and pull out a small, round, yellow fuzzy, just about the size of a little girl's hand. But when it saw the light of day, it would bloom and blossom and grow into a large, round, shaggy, warm fuzzy. And as long as when you got it, if you gave it, you'd always get it. You got it? Good. It goes like this. Warm fuzzies are the things we do. Give one, and it would turn to 2. Watch. When you are nice to someone, watch. Along your way, watch. The things you do for others. Treat them like they're your brothers. Makes this another fuzzy day. Watch, 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 everybody. I forgot to tell you about her, the mean, miserable hag. She was so mean and miserable, she was not even allowed to live in the land. She was so mean and miserable, the only thing that made her happy was seeing everyone else mean and miserable too. So the mean, miserable hag made up a mean, miserable lie about the warm fuzzies.
Don't you know if you keep giving away your warm fuzzies, you're going to run out?
I will?
And so will everyone else. Then what will you do?
You mean someday I might reach inside my small, soft, fluffy magic bag and there wouldn't be any warm fuzzies left? At all! That's so sad!
That's it. And once you run out, you won't have any more. So there.
Ew. We're back to our grown-up part. People throughout the land became very careful about giving away their warm fuzzies, even though there was a warm fuzzy every time they reached into their bag. They reached into their bags less and less and less. Soon the people throughout the kingdom noticed a lack of warm fuzzies. They thought perhaps that hag's lie was true. Perhaps there was a shortage. But the king said they had to share something. So the hag came back and sold everybody one of these. They looked like fuzzies at first, but they weren't warm. They were cold. And they weren't soft or fuzzy either. They were hard and they were sharp at the corners. They weren't warm fuzzies at all. They were cold pricklies. And nobody liked pricklies because they're cold and they hurt people. Why, everyone made a big deal whenever they gave away a warm fuzzy. Look at me. But they usually gave a cold prickly instead. Well, the wise king knew he better do something before the warm fuzzies disappeared altogether. So the wise king once again came and called his people all together. And he made yet another royal decree. People of the land and citizens of our schools, something wonderful has happened to the warm fuzzies. Now, every time you give one away, it will become two. One to give and one to keep. So if you want to have a lot of warm fuzzies, give away a lot of warm fuzzies. One brave kid tried it, and he found it worked. Whenever he gave his fuzzy to someone else, he still had it. One to give and one to keep. He could give his warm fuzzy away to anyone, anytime, anywhere, and he always had plenty for himself. That's because he did as the king said. And like the king said in my story, just like at your school, at home, just like on my scroll, warm fuzzies are still around today. You can't see them anymore, but you can feel them. When you do the dishes for your mama without being asked, or take out the trash for your dad, or help a friend or a teacher or a neighbor, whenever you give yourself to help someone else, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. Would you help me with this? Come quickly. And when that fuzzy snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, hello, would you stand right there for me? When it snuggles up against them and melts into their skin, they feel warm and fuzzy all over. You know what? So will you. What is your name? Would you hold this two fuzzies for me? Squeeze them tight, comfort. Both hands. Stand right here. Perfect. Everybody say please. And thank you. Open up slowly. How did you do that? Yeah, see. Wow. Hey, you know what? Cold pricklies are still around too, though. And when a prickly lands on you, sometimes it hurts all the way inside. And sometimes you feel lonely or embarrassed or angry or confused. Sometimes you just want to cry. Now, there is no law, no man's law anymore that says you have to give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies to anybody. But I'll let you in a little secret. You do and I do, we all do, young and old, short or tall, big or small, all of us, each and every one, give warm fuzzies or cold pricklies every day to everyone we ever meet by the words of our mouth and the attitudes of our heart. I'll let you in on another secret. That wise old king, he never did anything special to the fuzzies. He didn't have to, because he knows that love has a magic all its own, and the more you give, the more you receive. How about a hand for that? Wow! Look at them all. Look, 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 look. A baby. It's a little warm fuzzy. It's a big warm fuzzy. Regular. Super size. Jared before Subway. Jared after Subway. It's a pretty rich Jared. Hey, well, you know what? Whenever I share that warm fuzzy story with boys and girls and moms and dads, they always ask me after the show, Mr. Scott, may I please have a warm fuzzy? Now, depending on where you're from, you might ask that question in different ways. I get to travel all over this great country of ours, and you know we have so many different kinds of people in our great country. When I'm in the South, Tennessee, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, even in the northern part of the state of Florida, where I live, people in those areas have little accents in their voice. Maybe you heard this. Maybe you have this. It sounds a little bit like this. Excuse me. Excuse me. Mr. Scott. Mr. Scott, I was wondering something. May I please have a warm fuzzy? I love that. Not long ago, I was in a place called New York, the state of New York, and they have a place called Long Island. And there's kids on Long Island. I was there, yeah? Are you from there? I spent a whole week there one night. Yeah. No, I was on Long Island, and the kids, they have accents on Long Island too, don't they? And on Long Island, when they asked me that question, it sounded like this. Hey! Yo! Mr. Scott, can I have a Nerf ball? No matter how you ask the question, though, the answer will be all the same. Whether you're from the south, or the north, or out west, my answer is always the same. No, I can't give these away. I have to use these for my next show later this week in a place called Boca Raton, Florida. Well, you know what? The kids everywhere, moms and dads everywhere, need to remember something, and I do too. And I teach my kids this, that warm fuzzies aren't things you can keep in your hand. You can't keep a warm fuzzy in your pocket, a box, a bucket, or a bag. That's just a story. Real warm fuzzies are respect and goodness kept in your heart. And when you share respect, goodness, and love with those around you, that's giving away a real warm fuzzy. And a real warm fuzzy beats a Nerf ball any day. How about a hand for that? Hey, you know what? Speaking of warm fuzzies and hands, I need somebody to help me with a special magic trick on stage. So put your hand up high and a smile on your face if you'd like to help. Oh my goodness, these are lots of smiles. Look at all these smiles. I see a young lady right down front in the purple. Would you help me, ma'am? Come on down, clap loud for her as she comes this way. Oh, give her a big round of applause. Hello, hello, stand right here. What is your name? Amber. Everybody say howdy, Amber. Nice to meet you, Amber. Thanks for coming today. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you being here. Ooh! I kissed my own hand. That's disgusting. Amber, how old are you? You're 8 years old. What grade will you be in when school starts? 4th grade. You're going to love 4th grade. I spent the best 3 years of my life in 4th grade. It was fantastic. That's not funny, ma'am. I'm still in therapy. Now, Amber, stand right over here for me. Amber going to be in 4th grade. Also, I have a daughter that's going to be in 4th grade, one that's going to be in 6th grade, and a couple more little ones that aren't in school yet. And Amber, where do you go to school? You're going to a new school next year? Wonderful. Well, you know what? I know at school we can make all sorts of great things. In the library this summer, we are making great memories, reading all about the sea, making a splash, and I hope you've been diving into some books. So I brought some tissue paper to make something with. You know what the word origami is? Yeah, that's when you take a piece of paper, you fold it, and you make something. It's the Japanese art of paper folding called origami. And we're going to make something out of this tissue paper. Have you ever gotten a present wrapped in tissue paper like this? For your birthday in a bag, you know what I'm talking about, right? That means they're in a hurry, but they still love you. You know it's true. 2 pieces of tissue paper, one is yellow and green, and one is black. If I have 2 pieces and rip them in half, that makes 4 pieces. Very good. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Hold on to that piece, Amber. Wonderful. Wave your pieces of paper in the air like I'm doing. Very nice. And a loud voice for everyone to hear you, Amber. Say, I am the amazing Amber. Perfect. Try this. I will now perform magic and sleight of hand. And perfect professional polished pro kids prestidigitation. Never mind, I got carried away, sorry. Put your two pieces of paper together, Amber. Hold them at the top. That's the bottom. I'm messing with you, sweet pea, I'm sorry. I'm just teasing you. Tear them in half right down the middle for me, Amber. Just tear them. As best you can, you tear them when I say go. Ready? Set. Are you sure you're not homeschooled? I tell you what, I'm gonna tear mine. Tear mine again. I homeschool my kids. Tear them again. Actually, my wife does. I'm the principal. Tear them again. Tear it one more time. Hey-ya! You are the Karate Kid. You know what you made? All the moms know. We made a mess. All the dads are going, who's going to clean that up? That sums up marriage right there. Now, we're going to recycle this mess. Amber, hold on to all those pieces. We're going to recycle them. We're going to make something out of them. But first, we're going to need a magic word. Who has a magic word for me? Do you have one? Yes? Have a banana. That's a good one. Do you have one? Just a minute. Have a banana? What did you say? Oh, abracadabra. I thought she said have a banana. No, thank you, sweet pea. I already had a banana for breakfast, lunch, and apparently dinner. That's no ordinary banana, Amber. That's my top secret experimental from 3 Mile Island and NASA banana. It's my iBanana 4.0. It's ringing. I'll answer it. Yellow. Hang tight, grown-ups. These are about to get a lot worse. See if you can catch all 9 of them. Who is this? Really? It's Bob Dole. Hey, Bob. Really? He said he thinks my act has appeal. Hey, Bob. Thanks a bunch. What? Really? He's going to put my Nana on the phone. Hi, Nana. Everybody say, hi, Nana. Hi, Nana. No, LaVergne. No, Shirley is not here. That was the little Chiquitas. Listen, Nana, I'm in the middle of a show. This is getting rotten. I got to split. No, man, the kids don't get the puns, and the grown-ups are looking at me like I'm a fruit. Bye, Nana. Everybody say, bye, Nana. That woman drives me bananas. Everybody help. Put your fingers in there like this and wiggle. Don't point at me. I'll turn into a banana. Point toward Amber and those papers and say, have a banana. Say abracadabra. Say hocus pocus. Bow-legged locust. Fish bones choke us. And the best of all, please and thank you. Amber, blow on the pieces of paper. Let's see what happens. You know what? When we don't give in, Amber, we don't give up. We don't lose our head. We stop and think instead. Sometimes amazing things happen. And Amber, this summer, we were learning about diving into books, making a splash at our library. And the more you read, the more you know. And the more you know, the smarter you grow. And as you read, you can do all sorts of amazing things, even magic tricks. Amber, we have made something perfect for you to go to the splash park with. A beautiful hat for a beautiful young lady named Amber. Give her a big round of applause. How did you do that, Amber? Amber, come here for a minute. Is your mama here? Where's your mama? Ooh, way back there in the cheap seats. Hello, Mama. Is that Dad? Yes? Yep. She says yes, you say no. This is not Judge Judy, my friends. Dad, can she have this paper? He said you could have it. Put that paper hat on your dresser when you go to bed tonight. When you wake up in the morning, $1 will be under it. Just tell him I said that later. Clap loud for Amber. Thanks, Mom, for the buck. Hey, Amber, don't wear it to the splash park. It'll turn your hair green and yellow. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, back by popular demand, my favorite trick of all time. Watch closely. Nothing up my sleeves except my little arms, which were birthday presents from my mama. Watch. I got it. It's alive. Watch. 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 Da-da! What? Wait a minute. I already showed you that? You already saw that trick? I already did that? I'm starting to repeat myself. I'm starting to repeat myself. Never mind. You still didn't think it was funny, did you? Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch, it's time to bring somebody out that's been surfing at the library all summer long. His name is Elroy the Raccoon. He's back here behind this stage, and if you clap real loud, I'll bring him out to see us, but you gotta clap. Come on, Elroy. Where are we going? We're going out this way. Come on. Oh, you gotta clap louder than that. Come on, Elroy. Here we go. We're going out this way. Come on, they're clapping for you. They're not kids. Yep, they're all here, ladies and gentlemen. This is my friend Elroy T. Raccoon. The T stands for Tennessee. That's where I'm from. He's from East Tennessee, a little town called Maryville. Straighten up, look your best. He came today to be with us, Elroy. Settle down. Straighten up. Hey, chill out. What are you doing, Elroy? I'm chilling. Or what are you doing? I'm playing possum. Elroy, you're not a possum. You're a raccoon and you're a puppet. I'm a what? You're a puppet. You're made out of rubber and fur. I'm not even a ventriloquist, Elroy. I'm just a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I'm a puppeteer. I love Three Musketeers. No, I didn't say I was a Are you light and fluffy in the middle? Elroy, stop. I didn't used to be. I didn't say I'm a Three Musketeer. I said I'm a puppeteer. I talk for you. You talk for me? Yes, I am your mouthpiece. You're my mouthpiece? Yes. You're my big mouth, Elroy. Straighten up. I wanted you to come today to LaVergne. We're back at the library. Stop. Must be looking at the fish. Elroy, turn around. What are you doing, Elroy? What are you doing? Don't do it. Elroy, stop staring. Elroy, hey, baby, what's happening? Elroy! Excuse me, young lady, I apologize for that, Elroy. Elroy, my little chiquita. Elroy. My little babushka. Elroy. Will you be my Valentine? Elroy. Valentine's Day is over. Now, straighten up. I wanted you to come today. You been in the Elroy, Mr. Scott, we're at the library. What? Excuse me, sir? We're at the library. We're lying about berries? No. Library. We're gonna go lie down in the berries? No, Elroy. Library, it's where you read. Oh, I love to read. Yes, and you've been at the library reading? I have been reading. What kind of books have you been reading? Joke books. You've been reading joke books. Yes, I have. That's wonderful. Tell us a joke from one of the joke books. Do you remember one? I remember several. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? May I? May I who? May I kiss you? Elroy! There is no kissing during the... Oh, that's disgusting! I've been kissed by a raccoon. I've been kissed by a people. Elroy. Listen, Elroy, maybe you have another joke you could tell us. I have another joke to tell us. Okay, go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Cargo. Cargo who? Cargo beep beep. Meow. That's the joke? Uh-huh. Cargo beep beep. Meow. Yeah. Cars are not going to beep beep. Meow in LaVergne. They don't? No. What do? They go beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. How do you know? The police told me on the way to the show. Straighten up. Listen. Elroy, Mr. Scott, yes, maybe you have another joke for us. Knock, knock. Who's there? Olive. Olive who? I love you, baby. Elroy! You know what, Elroy? When was the last time you were in the library? Today. Yes, but yesterday at the library, remember? Yeah, we were at the library yesterday. And what happened to you while you were in the library? You were running. I was running. And you shouldn't have been running. No, I shouldn't have been running. What happened because you were running? I slipped and fell. You slipped and fell. Why did you slip and fall? Because you were running? No. Why did you slip and fall? Because I was in the non-friction section. That's a librarian joke. Straighten up. Listen. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. I can tell you're not real. You got your surfing shirt on, though. You got that at the beach? No, I did not get this at the beach. This is Build-A-Bear brand. Elroy. Maybe you can tell us another joke. I have another joke. Go ahead. Knock, knock. Who's there? Let us who? Let us get married. Elroy. I'm a puppet. Yes, you're a puppet. I'm not real. No, you're not real. As a matter of fact, you're made out of rubber and fur. Because you're made out of rubber and fur, I can take your arm like this. And I could twist it. You won't be able to feel it because you're not real. So I could twist it once. Can't feel it. Twice. Can't feel it. 3 times. 4 times. 5 times. Ah! It's the big one, Elizabeth. It's the big one. Wrong show. Elroy. Maybe we should do the trick where you float in the air. Right? What? You know, the trick where you float in the air. You're not Chris Angel. Elroy, now come on. He thinks he is. Elroy, we're going to lay you down right here on my leg. That does not look safe. It's all right. Do I need my helmet? No, you don't need a helmet. Mr. Scott, yes. You said you're from Florida? Yes, I am from Florida. Your leg looks like it's from Canada. Elroy. You need a tan. Elroy. White boy. Elroy. Just relax. Look into my eyes. You got something in your nose. Elroy. You will now become lighter than air. Had breakfast at Taco Bell. Elroy. I ran for the border. Elroy. I grabbed the chalupa. Elroy. Now come on. Where's the boat? Elroy. Where the boat leaves from goes that ground. Elroy. Ladies and germs. Elroy. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gerbils. Elroy. It's girls. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and squirrels. Elroy. The art of raccoon flotation. Do not use this puppet as a flotation device. In case of emergency, I will be unarmed. Elroy. Now come on. Ladies and gentlemen, Elroy the raccoon will now rise like a biscuit. You will now rise. The great art of levitation. Rise. It's working. Rise. Rise. No strings. No wires. That's amazing. That's ridiculous. Elroy, you ruined my trick. How about I have for my friend Elroy the raccoon? He did a great job. Everybody say bye, Elroy. Bye, Elroy. No, you don't say bye to yourself. You say bye to my friends. My friend's named Elroy. What are you doing, Elroy? I have a message. For who? For Miss Lorna, our librarian? Let me go tell her. No, Elroy. I love you, Miss Lorna. Elroy. How embarrassing. It's the pink hair. Elroy. Clap loud for my friend Elroy the raccoon. He did a great job. My apologies, Miss Laura. Lorna. Hey, you know what? Miss Lorna and I were talking before the show, and guess what she said? She said sometimes boys and girls come to the library and they check out books, which isn't what they're supposed to do. But they get home and they forget to take care of the books. They forget they borrowed them. They get home and they leave them on the ground, and their dog or cat comes along and chews up the corner. Or baby brother or baby sister gets a hold of the book and tears the pages out. Do you know the library has its own books just for babies? So if everybody didn't take care of the books, guess how many books we'd have in this library? Zero. Well, there's always that one that nobody checks out, but we'd have very few books in the library. So if you'll promise me that you'll take care of the books when you borrow them, and Miss Lorna, look back there, Miss Lorna, you can't miss her, and say, I promise to take care of the books in the library. Now look at your mom, your dad, your grandma, your teacher, whoever brought you. Don't look at me, I got 4 of my own. Whoever brought you, and say, I promise to behave the rest of my life. And all the parents said, amen. Now, hey, you know what? These are books on magic tricks. Oh, eyes back up here. We're not quite done. You can find magic books in section 793.8 of the Dewey Decimal System. Mom and Dad, you do know when we talk about magic, we're talking about tricks. Magicians do magic tricks. and we'll leave the miracle stuff to God. But I thought, since we had such a great time today, we made a splash and there's some fun magic, that I thought maybe I would show everybody my grand finale trick. Would you like to see it? Take a big deep breath. Hold it in. Let it out slowly. Ladies and gentlemen, I've been practicing this one to show it to you today. Watch closely. Watch. 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 What? What? You already saw the one with my watch? You didn't think it was funny? Well, never mind. I don't want to show it to you again. Forget it. Oh. Well, I can tell by the hands on my watch. It's time to say bye, and thank you for watching the show. We'll see you next time at the library. Thanks for coming today. Bye-bye. Don't forget to spread those warm fuzzies.
I'm Christy Carlson Romano. I play Ren Stevens on Disney Channel's Even Stevens, and I'm the voice of Kim Possible. You know, the wonder teen who saves the world, does her homework, and updates her wardrobe all on a school night? Yeah, well, she uses math, science, and technology to fight off evil villains. But seriously, I have some really cool friends who find these subjects helpful in solving real problems. They are the Treehouse Detectives, and you can meet them on NASA Sci-Files. They're going to be traveling to places that we can only dream of going. So, join in the adventure and help the Treehouse Detectives solve their newest case.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is it important to find water ice on Mars? How will the Phoenix Mars lander analyze soil and water ice on Mars? What is ferrofluid and why did NASA develop it? When you see this icon, the answer is near.
So, good job, Bianca. Next time I think we need to slow down a bit because I don't want you to pull muscle or anything.
Actually, I was thinking about picking up the pace a little.
Me too, but let's think about this realistically. We still have a few years before we have to take the physical test to be astronauts, and I think we should take it easy. You know it first.
RJ, we're talking about possibly being the first astronauts to travel to Mars. I think I'll go ahead and run home.
That's 2 miles. Have you considered speed walking?
It's okay. I'm expecting a letter.
I think I'll just shoot for going to the moon.
Hi, RJ. Are you okay?
You look awful.
Tony.
I mean, awfully fit.
Bianca's killing me. I can't hide it any longer. I mean, I'm running twice a day just to keep up with her.
Why the sudden interest in physical fitness?
Remember what Mr. Gregory said? We could actually be the first astronauts to go to Mars. And you have to be in great shape to be an astronaut.
Yes. And in the case of the biological biosphere, Ms. Shepard told us about how astronauts have to train to stay in shape, both on Earth and in space.
We also learned that you can overdo it.
Getting in shape shouldn't mean you have to run yourself into the ground.
Maybe that's why NASA has manned and unmanned missions.
Did you say manned and unmanned?
Sure.
With the way my fitness training is going, maybe I need to think about working on an unmanned mission.
Good idea. Not that you're not in shape, but Mr. Gregory did say that NASA not only needs future astronauts, but also researchers, engineers, and scientists.
And GFPs.
What's a GFP?
Galactic Financial Planners. Come on, guys, get with the program.
Actually, Tony has an interesting point. I'm sure there's lots of ways to get involved with space exploration.
Yes, NASA needs lots of people in all kinds of careers. We just need to find one we like.
Let's bring up the problem board.
What do we know?
We know that there are both manned and unmanned missions to explore space.
Exactly, and we also know that there are missions that involve going to the moon, Mars, and beyond.
We also know that NASA needs space explorers and scientists.
Okay, so what do we need to know?
We need to learn more about unmanned missions and what it takes to be an astronaut.
I'll check out the NASA website. The NASA website is the perfect place to find out about future NASA missions and space exploration, along with careers.
Perhaps I can do something in R&D.
R&D?
Oh, research and development. Because, as you know, I'm a big fan of research.
Well, this may be right up your alley, RJ.
What is it?
I've contacted Dr. Carol Stoker. She's working on the latest NASA Mars mission. It's a lander called the Phoenix that the University of Arizona and the NASA Ames Research Center are developing.
Isn't Kaylee in San Francisco doing some research on redwood trees?
Yes, she doesn't get back until next week.
I'll send her an email to see if she can talk to Dr. Stoker.
Great. Maybe we should talk to Dr. D, too.
Maybe he'll have some ideas about manned space travel.
Actually, I was supposed to meet Dr. D at the Virginia Air and Space Center to check out a new exhibit on strange matter. I better run.
We're very excited about the new vision for NASA, space exploration, and the Phoenix lander. But we are just wondering why we want to explore Mars instead of some of the other planets.
Well, Mars is the planet in our solar system most like Earth, and it also may be another home for life.
What do you mean?
Well, some scientists think that life may have evolved on Mars early in its history when it was warmer and wetter than it is today. But the exciting thing would be if life still exists on Mars now.
That's very exciting. So why don't we check it out instead of sending unmanned missions to Mars?
Robotic missions cost less, and they help us learn a lot about the surface of Mars. The more we know about Mars, the more information we have to help design more effective human missions.
That makes sense. So where will the Phoenix lander explore?
The Phoenix will land in Mars' northern Arctic plains between 65 and 75 degrees north.
Why is it landing there?
The landing site was chosen because another mission to Mars, called the Mars Odyssey, has discovered near subsurface water ice. That's water ice that's under a layer of dry soil that's fairly thin, right in that location.
Why is water ice so important?
Well, the simple answer is that water is the most important ingredient for life, but it must be liquid water. On Earth, wherever we find liquid water, we find life.
But isn't ice the solid form of water?
Yes, but recent climate studies and climate modeling indicate that ice at the surface or near the subsurface in the area where Phoenix is landing may melt from time to time under some circumstances.
And melted ice means liquid water.
That's correct. And when the water's liquid, microbial life could be growing in the soil and then become dormant when conditions get harsh.
I learned at camp that when a plant or animal is dormant, it's inactive, sort of like sleeping. It's not actively growing, but it's protected by the environment until conditions are favorable for it to grow.
That's right, and on Mars, we hope to find that when conditions become favorable, the ice melts and organisms wake up and grow.
How will you know if there are microbes in the soil?
Well, Phoenix won't be able to actually detect microbes in the soil, but it will be able to determine if the environment was ever habitable, and it may detect things left by biology in the past, such as organic compounds and other clues.
But how will it be able to analyze the soil and water ice?
There's a robotic arm with a digging tool designed to dig into the subsurface and scratch and obtain samples of the soil and ice. Those samples will then be placed into instruments that will analyze the samples for such things as the type of minerals in the soil, any organic compounds, the chemical properties, and much more. The data will help us determine if the environment would be a good one for life.
That sounds so exciting. I can't wait till the Phoenix lands on Mars.
Well, it doesn't launch until 2007, but in the meantime, there's lots of exciting things going on at NASA to hold your interest.
Thank you so much, Dr. Stoker.
You're welcome. Don't hesitate to call if you have any more questions.
Hi, Tony. This strange matter exhibit is really cool, and it's a great place to learn about manned missions to space.
Strange matter? I don't see the connection.
Space is a very harsh environment, and for people to explore space, we have to overcome such problems as meteoroids and other space debris colliding with the spacecraft.
I never thought of that. I guess it could be very dangerous. So, what can we do?
Couldn't shatter the glass with a bowling ball because it is specially tempered glass.
Thankfully.
Space is really important to have materials that don't shatter upon impact. The International Space Station, for example, has layers of Kevlar that prevent micrometeorites from penetrating.
Isn't that the same stuff they use for bulletproof vests?
That's right. I've got a Kevlar glove right here. Check it out.
Wow, that must be a really tall blade.
Let's see how this works on an ordinary glove.
I'll take the Kevlar glove.
Good choice. Now, what else about space is harsh?
Well, I would think it's extremely cold in space.
Yes, it is. Insulation to protect from extreme heat and cold is critical, like the display on soap foams.
It's pretty impressive. What does that have to do with insulation?
Let me show you. Here, take this piece of aerogel. It's sometimes called frozen smoke. It's the world's lightest solid, which means it's the least dense.
You're right. It weighs a lot less than I thought it would.
A piece the size of a human body would have a mass of less than half a kilogram, or about a pound. It's mostly air, about 99.8%.
Oh, I see. It's like the soap bubbles. They're mostly air.
It turns out that air does a great job of insulation, either keeping heat out or preventing heat from leaving. Let me show you. Here, hold this balloon on the opposite side of the aerogel from the microtorch. Now move the balloon up.
That torch looks mighty hot, but nothing happened to the balloon as long as the aerogel was right there.
Try touching the aerogel. Is it hot?
No, not at all.
Aerogel was used to insulate the Mars rover's Sojourner from intense swings in the Martian temperature. NASA is experimenting with aerogel now to see if it can be made more transparent and used as a window.
What about radiation in space? Isn't that a difficult problem?
That's right. Astronauts need protection from radiation. The atmosphere and the Earth's magnetic field protect us from these things. But on a journey to Mars, for example, it's especially important to have shielding.
So will they use lead? I've heard that it stops a lot of radiation.
It does, but it's way too heavy to haul into space, and it has some other problems.
So what's the solution?
Well, NASA is experimenting with a lot of different ideas, but one of them involves this.
Dr. D, you've got to be kidding. That's a grocery bag.
It's called polyethylene plastic. Of course, it would have to be thicker than this. Another possibility is liquid hydrogen. Now, let's talk about ferrofluids.
Ferrofluids.
NASA first developed ferrofluids to deal with the flow of liquid fuel and the weightlessness of space. It has magnetic material suspended in the liquid, so it can be controlled by magnets.
I didn't realize how harsh it is in space. I think we really need to learn more about how space travel affects the human body.
Why don't you contact Dr. Schaffner at NASA Johnson Space Center in Houston? He'll be a big help.
Thanks, Dr. D.
Go ahead and enjoy the rest of the exhibit. Oh, by the way, I hear that Bianca's going to space camp. I'm sure she'll also learn a lot about being an astronaut.
RJ's got my bags. Now, make sure that you are running at least 2 miles a day. It's never too early to get a start on your preparation.
And you remember to report daily about what you've learned about working and living in space, even areas that aren't directly involved with astronauts. You know, manned and unmanned.
Of course. Are you running in those shoes? You need better arch support.
Have a nice trip, Bianca. Keep in touch.
See ya.
So what's up? Will Bianca's training pay off? Will she have the right stuff for space camp? Will RJ keep up his fitness training? Find out in the next episode of The Case of the Great Space Exploration.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. Why is it important to exercise in space? Why are calories important? Why are robots important to the future of space travel? Welcome to Huntsville, Alabama, a home space camp where kids get the chance to get behind the controls of a NASA space shuttle and simulate a mission in space. It's the next best thing to being a real astronaut. In fact, you spend the entire week doing exactly what they do. Training, working in teams, problem solving, and of course flying missions. But I'm getting ahead of myself. I've got to meet my team members, but I'll be sure to keep you posted as I learn more.
There you are. Where were you? We were supposed to meet at the track to run this morning.
I've been here all day.
What happened?
Well, it turns out Bianca's right.
I know. She usually is. Isn't that why we're all getting in shape?
No, I mean the shoes. After careful study, it's clear that the shoes, though very cool, are not the best things for running.
I never really took that kind of thing seriously.
Remember last spring when you tried to catch up to the bus in your dress shoes?
Sure.
And you could barely walk for the next 2 days? That could have been a result of bad equipment.
Wow. If something as simple as shoes can make such a difference, then I wonder what kind of equipment they use in space when they exercise.
Me too. That's exactly why I'm here. Research.
I thought you were focusing on unmanned missions in space. I am, but Catherine called me last night. She's going down to Houston with her dad for the rest of the week. What for? She's gonna meet with Dr. Grant Schaffner to learn about the effects of space travel on the body. Okay, but I still don't understand why that would send you to the library. Not that there's anything wrong with the library. Oh, sorry. The connection is space travel. If it has an effect on human beings, then it must also have a significant impact on cameras, robots, sensors, and everything else that's involved in the missions. So I came here to learn what space is really like. Wow. I think I'll head back to the treehouse and catch everyone up on our progress. Let me know how it ends. No problem.
Dr. Schaffner works with fitness testing and exercise equipment at NASA Johnson Space Center. We met at the bioastronautics lab.
I hear you want to learn how space affects the body.
Yes, we're doing research on the future of space exploration, and we're curious as to what the effect of long-term spaceflight will have on the human body.
Exposure to spaceflight is very similar to prolonged bed rest. During prolonged exposure to weightlessness, the body gradually degrades and loses bone mass, muscle mass, and endurance capacity.
Can these problems be prevented?
We're not sure if they can be totally prevented, but with proper exercise and nutrition, the effects are minimized.
We know how important it is to be in good physical condition, even if you aren't an astronaut. But do astronauts have to be in super condition?
Actually, there are no physical requirements other than to be healthy and to pass a physical examination. But all astronauts should be in good physical condition.
How is exercise in space different from regular exercise?
Exercises performed in space are similar to exercises done on Earth, but with a few differences. Astronauts use a cycloergometer, treadmill, and resistive exercise devices for strength training both on Earth and in space. However, the equipment is just designed a little differently for space.
How is the equipment different?
The equipment has to be lighter because it is very expensive to carry mass into space.
When you exercise on Earth, you work against your own body weight. What do astronauts do in a weightless environment?
We use bungees or other devices to simulate gravity loading while running on the treadmill. And we increase the amount of resistance for some resistive exercises.
Why is it important to exercise while in space?
In space, exercise helps limit the amount of bone or muscle loss. Astronauts who are able to complete the exercise program return to Earth in better shape and recover faster.
What happens if they don't exercise while in space?
Those astronauts are at greater risk for bone fractures and have to complete a longer rehabilitation program.
What concerns are there for the astronauts that are going to Mars and beyond?
One concern is that the exercise equipment be very reliable. If it breaks down and is not repairable, then there would be serious health risks to the crew. Also, due to the small space, only a limited number of devices can be used.
If exercising is important in space, isn't eating right also important?
You bet. But the real expert is Miss Davis Street. Let's see if she can meet with you.
Dr. Schaffner said you had some questions about nutrition in space.
I'm curious, are nutritional needs different in space?
Good nutrition is critical for all aspects of human health on Earth. While there are some specific differences during space flight, just like on Earth, we need to make sure that astronauts are able to do their jobs while they're on the mission.
How do you do that?
We make sure they have enough calories, vitamins, and minerals to maintain energy levels and good health.
What are calories?
Food provides us with the energy to perform our daily activities. The term calorie is a way to measure energy, either in the foods we eat or in the activities you perform.
Why are calories important?
To maintain an appropriate body weight, we must balance energy in the foods we eat with energy we expend during physical activity. In other words, calorie intake must match calories burned, or you will lose or gain body weight.
How do we know how many calories we need?
There is a formula to calculate a person's resting calorie needs, or BMR, basal metabolic rate. Once you know your BMR, you multiply it by a factor depending on low, medium, or high activity level.
To learn more about BMR, visit the NASA SciFiles website. So calories are pretty important.
Yes, but remember, it's not just important to eat foods with the right number of calories, they also need to be nutritious.
How can you determine if the foods you eat are nutritious?
One way is to follow the food pyramid as a guide to healthy eating. There are 6 food groups: grains, vegetables, fruits, milk, meat, fat and sweets. Each level of the pyramid represents the correct number of servings of each group.
What is a serving?
A serving is a recommended portion size and is usually measured in ounces, cups, teaspoons, or pieces, depending on the type of food.
Is there anything else that we can do to make sure that we eat healthy?
Yes, you can also read nutritional labels to find foods low in saturated fats and sugar and higher in fiber, protein, vitamins, and minerals.
So how do astronauts make sure that they eat healthy and get the right number of calories while in space?
Nutrition experts help the astronauts plan proper menus for a space flight. Astronauts like to have a choice in their diet, so various foods are prepared just like they will be in space.
Variety in menus is always very important.
Then the astronauts conduct taste tests to select their favorite foods while creating a nutritionally balanced meal.
It doesn't sound that much different than going to a restaurant that serves nutritionally balanced meals.
It is very similar. We also help astronauts keep track of what they eat on orbit to make sure they maintain a healthy diet.
Thanks for all your help, Miss Davis Street.
You're welcome. Call if you have any other questions.
I will. Bye.
Bye.
Hello, RJ. What's in the bag?
New shoes.
Actually, I think you'll be fine.
What do you mean?
Well, I've been going over Catherine's get up and go sheet from her visit with NASA Johnson Space Center. Apparently, you don't need to be a marathon runner to be an astronaut.
I know. I also checked out a report.
Isn't that good news? You can just take the shoes back.
I think I'm gonna keep them. Remember, it's important to be physically fit. And good shoes are important for healthy feet. I just hope Bianca will lighten up a bit.
I sent her Catherine's report, and it looks like we have a pretty good handle on how manned missions will affect the body.
Yes, but I think we need to learn more about an astronaut's diet in space. Miss Davis Street made it sound pretty important.
I've got just the thing.
The NASA Sci-Files Kids Club?
You got it. It looks like Maryvale Elementary School in Rockville, Maryland is studying nutrition.
Cool.
And the mentors from the Society of Women Engineers are helping out.
To learn more about the Society of Women Engineers, where you can get a free classroom mentor, visit the NASA Sci-Files website.
Here they are now.
Hi, I'm Josh. And I'm Tracy. You're just in time. You're ready to evaluate our astronaut menus.
Wow, that sounds like a difficult task. How do you know what to plan for an astronaut?
Right, like you can order a pizza in orbit.
At first we didn't. We just planned what we thought would be a good diet for an astronaut. Then we decided to look at our own diets and wrote down everything we ate the day before. Next, with the help of our mentors from the Society of Women Engineers, we did some research to learn about serving sizes. We were surprised to find out that a serving size is not what we thought it was.
What do you mean, not what you thought it was?
We learned that serving sizes listed on nutrition facts labels are often larger than serving sizes listed on guides to healthy eating. For example, did you know that a large bagel is actually about 3.5 servings of grain instead of 1?
That's a big difference.
Large bagel with cream cheese.
What other factors do you consider when planning a menu?
We learned that calories are very important in order to maintain appropriate weight and to give you enough energy for the day. And that the number of daily required calories is determined by your age, weight, height, and activity level. Although everyone is different for this exercise, we estimated that an average astronaut would need about 3,000 calories.
Many very large bagels, extra cream cheese.
And the calories need to be balanced throughout the day to help maintain a good energy level all day long.
That's a lot to remember in planning a menu.
It becomes even more complicated when you consider nutrition.
We learned from Miss Davis Street that the food pyramid can help you with nutrition.
Yes, the food pyramid showed us how many servings of each food should be consumed in a day. Did you know that you need 6 to 11 servings of grain, 3 to 5 servings of vegetables, 2 to 4 servings of fruit, 2 to 3 servings of milk, 2 to 3 servings of meat, but only 1 serving of fats and sweets?
Candy bars aren't considered grain, are they?
No. I think we need to make some major changes to our diet.
That's exactly what we thought. We found out that astronauts say that fruit tastes different in space. They also like a lot of variety in their diet. They also like spicy fruits such as salsa. And we didn't even think about crumbs floating around in space, so no crackers for the astronauts. Did you know that they don't even have a refrigerator on the space shuttle?
That would be rough. No frozen pizzas.
Well, after we finish our research, we began to evaluate our menu.
We think we have a good menu now for our astronauts, but we are going to share it with our class and get their suggestions.
That's great. It's always good to get advice from lots of people. You never know where you'll get a good idea.
Well, we better get back to the discussions. We'll post our results on the website.
We'll be sure to check it out.
Thanks for sharing your research with us.
You're welcome. Goodbye from Maryvale Elementary School in Rockville, Maryland.
Wow. I never knew there was so much to think about in planning a healthy diet.
All this talk about nutrition and calories is making me hungry.
Me too. Hey, why don't we stop by my house to grab a quick bite?
Cool, I'll meet you there. But first I need to stop by Dr. D's. I have a few questions I'd like to ask him.
What questions?
Well, we have a good idea about the body and how to prepare it for space travel and keep it fit while in space, but we still need to learn more about unmanned missions. We know space is an extremely harsh environment for people, but what about robots?
I'm sure Dr. D would have some ideas.
Hi, Dr. D. It's nice to see you're finally taking a break.
Break? This is serious robotics research.
It looks like Lego, Dr. D.
It is Lego, but it's also a computerized robot.
That's pretty cool. What does it do?
Here, let me show you. This robot is programmed to go forward and avoid obstacles.
How does it do that?
It has a bumper with a touch sensor, which causes it to back up and then move around any object that it runs into. That's pretty important, especially if a robot is exploring Mars, where there is about a 10-minute time delay between questions sent and answers received.
So are there other ways to avoid obstacles than just knowing how to back up when you hit one?
Yes. One example is the Mars exploration rovers that use pairs of cameras spaced some distance apart.
2 cameras, like 2 eyes. So the rover has depth perception, and it can tell how far away things are.
That's right. 3D images help the onboard computer plot a path that avoided obstacles.
Didn't the rovers only go a short distance from their spacecraft landers?
Actually, the Mars rover named Spirit did travel for only about 10 seconds at a time before it had to stop and consider its next step. But it did travel a total of several kilometers.
So what else can your robot do?
If I place these light sensors on the robot, it will follow this black line. It is programmed to go forward until it hits black, and turn away from the black and go forward again.
Kaylee learned that robots are very important to the future of space travel.
That's correct. Robotic explorers will lead the way, followed by human explorers who will conduct in-depth research.
Aren't robotic probes also able to collect data for long periods of time?
Very good. For a Mars mission, robotic explorers are especially important because travel to Mars is a very lengthy process for human beings.
Doesn't it take just as long for a machine to get to Mars?
Yes, it takes about 8 months to get to Mars, but you don't have to bring a robot back to Earth.
I guess 16 months of food, oxygen, and water could be a challenge.
Actually, it's a lot longer than 16 months. Travel to and from Mars requires proper planetary alignment. Once you get to Mars, you'll probably have to wait 10 months or longer if the alignment is correct to come back.
We learned that the harshness of space makes it difficult for humans to travel. Is the same true for robots?
You bet. Robots have to be shielded from radiation and also protected from temperature extremes.
Dr. D, can we borrow your robot and take it back to the treehouse?
No problem. In fact, let me give you an assignment. Try to find several new things for the robot to do.
And then we can sell the robots to NASA for future missions.
So what's up? What else do the treehouse detectives need to know about space? How will humans overcome the harshness of space for travel to Mars? How will robots help lead the way to Mars? All this and more when the NASA Sci-Files continues.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What are galactic cosmic rays? Explain how spacecraft will be self-healing in the future. Why does NASA need new propulsion systems?
Trevor, Houston, how do you read this?
Roger, Houston. We're at Mach 10.5 and everything looks okay. Guys, I'm reviewing protocols for an upcoming mission. It's so cool because you work directly with Mission Control to troubleshoot and solve problems throughout the entire mission simulation. Right now I'm reviewing re-entry and landing procedures after successfully launching a new satellite to track RJ's exercise program. The counselors monitor your progress closely, and they even introduce problems into the mission simulation for the teams to solve. You really have to be prepared. Keep up the good work, RJ. Over and out.
Kind of goes against the whole idea of working out, doesn't it?
No, that's the beauty. No fat frozen yogurt with sugarless sauce and toppings, and it even has fresh fruit. It's totally healthy.
I'll just stick with the water.
I have to admit, Bianca's right. Ever since we started exercising, I feel great.
We're not quite ready to go into space, but we're getting there.
Dr. D's comments on the potential dangers of space travel do have me a little concerned.
Me too. I've been going over all our research, and the radiation problem seems critical.
So what do we do next?
Time for the problem board. We know that space is an extreme environment.
And NASA trains astronauts to live safely in that environment.
And astronauts will also need to learn to live on the moon and Mars.
So what do we need to know?
We need to know more about how astronauts will deal with radiation in space. Catherine mentioned in her report that she might be able to meet with Mr. Mark Wayland at the NASA Johnson Space Center to learn more about radiation.
Good idea.
We might even be able to learn how to send a triage detective to Mars.
Excellent idea. Wait, what, send someone to Mars? Are you crazy?
I'm fine. Corinne is going to stop by the Mars Society's remote habitat in Utah. It actually simulates what working and living will be like on Mars.
That is really cool.
Where are you going? Up to see Dr. D?
No, Dr. D isn't home. I'm going to get another banana split.
You're kidding.
No, when you eat the light version, sometimes you have to eat twice as much to fill up.
You'll never learn.
Hi, Mr. Weiland.
Hi, Catherine. I'm glad you could stop by. I understand you want to learn more about radiation in space.
Yes, we've read that radiation is very dangerous, but we're not exactly sure what it is.
Well, radiation is one of the top biological concerns for our astronauts. There's two basic types of radiation, light and particles.
How is light dangerous?
Light comes in many different forms. The low-energy visible light that you're familiar with isn't dangerous, but light comes in a high-energy form called ultraviolet.
Isn't that what causes sunburn?
Well, that's right. X-rays and gamma rays are another form of light with more energy than ultraviolet, and they can cause serious damage to your body's cells.
What about the particles?
Very fast-moving particles are considered to be radiation. One example is high-energy protons, which are released by flares on the sun. Another even more dangerous type of radiation are galactic cosmic rays, or GCRs.
What's a galactic cosmic ray?
GCRs are extremely fast-moving protons and nuclei of elements such as iron, silicon, and other elements that come from outside our solar system.
Why are they so dangerous?
They can penetrate more than 100 centimeters into materials and can cause a lot of cell damage. They are also very difficult to shield against, and they can even create additional radiation when they collide with metal spacecraft.
Wow. I've heard that radiation can increase your chances of getting cancer. Is that true?
That's correct. The greater the radiation exposure, the greater the risk of getting cancer and other effects such as cataracts, which is a clouding of the eye lens.
What determines how much exposure you get?
The length of the mission is one of the most important factors. A mission to Mars could take several years. Longer missions mean greater health risk from radiation exposure, especially compared to space shuttle missions, which are much shorter. However, NASA is working hard to reduce the risk.
What are they doing?
They're developing better shielding materials that will prevent the radiation from reaching the astronauts in the spacecraft. And high exposures can also come from very intense events, like solar flares.
Isn't that when the sun has a solar storm?
Very good. If you can monitor the sun for solar storms that produce these flares, then you can warn the astronauts to avoid spacewalks and to enter specially shielded storm shelters in their spacecraft.
Is there anything that can help the body handle the effects of radiation exposure?
Well, NASA is looking at how a healthy lifestyle, including dietary vitamin supplements, might provide protection. They are also looking at the role that age, gender, and/or genetic factors play in how the body responds to radiation.
Wow. If radiation is such a problem for astronauts, why don't we have to worry about it on Earth?
We do have some radiation on Earth, but we're protected from most of it by something the astronauts don't have, an atmosphere.
Yes, I learned in my science class that an ozone layer of our atmosphere blocks a lot of the ultraviolet light from getting to Earth.
Well, that's correct, and it also absorbs a lot of X-rays, gamma rays, and high-energy particles. Charged particles, like cosmic rays and protons from the sun, are deflected by Earth's magnetic field, and Earth itself acts like a big shield.
I'm glad that we have some protection. Radiation sounds pretty serious.
Yes, it is. So don't forget, you should always wear sunscreen when you're working or playing outside.
Don't worry, I will. Thanks, Mr. Weiland. You've been a big help.
You're welcome, Catherine, and good luck.
Hi, guys. It looks like you've been working hard on the unmanned missions.
Along with research, we've been working with LEGO to build possible Mars explorers.
Cool.
Of course, we read all of your reports on the internet.
Having access to the internet is a wonderful thing. Speaking of the internet, you can always find great tools for research on the NASA Sci-Files website.
Are you ready to go to the next level?
What do you mean?
Well, we've been working on different aspects of space travel, but there's one area that we haven't explored.
Like what?
Dr. Herb Waite from the University of California, Santa Barbara just sent us an email.
Doesn't he research bio-inspired nanotechnology?
Right. He referred us to Miss Dana Novak. She's helping him in his research. Here she is now.
Hi, you must be the Treehouse detectives. Dr. Waite said you would call. How can I help you?
We are researching space technology to learn more about the future of space exploration.
What does bio-inspired mean?
Well, it simply refers to any technology inspired by biology. For example, when George Demestrel took his dog for a walk one day, he saw that they both had burrs stuck to them. He looked at a burr under a microscope and saw hooks and loops. That inspired him to invent Velcro.
What a great invention. I use Velcro all the time.
What plants or animals do you look at for inspiration?
Right now, we're investigating mussel threads and bloodworm and clamworm jaws.
Mussels, clamworms, and bloodworms? Sounds interesting, but why exactly are you interested in worm jaws and mussels?
If we're going to explore the moon, Mars, and beyond, then we need new, advanced, and self-healing materials for spacecraft construction.
What do you mean by self-healing?
Think about what happens when you accidentally cut yourself. It's amazing to watch how quickly your body acts to mend the wound. Like this model, we're trying to understand how to give composite materials those same qualities. This model demonstrates how two different types of bonds within a material work together to self-heal.
And why is that important?
One weakness of current composite materials is that they tend to form tiny hairline cracks, which can lead to major damage over time. In long-distance space exploration, repairs won't be easy.
Right. There won't be a spare parts store you can stop at while in space.
Nope, there won't. However, with new high-performance materials, such as the self-healing materials, we will be taking the first step in building spacecraft capable of traveling millions of miles from Earth that can fix themselves.
That's awesome. But I still don't understand what mussels and worm jaws have to do with it.
Nature specializes in how to put materials together in the most effective and efficient ways. We look at the mussel threads because they're very strong, yet thin and lightweight.
It's amazing how much we can learn just by looking at nature.
We can learn how to make materials that recover quickly from stress. Think about when you buy a six-pack of soda. When you take a can out of the plastic loop, the plastic stretches but is difficult to break. Nature inflicts damage on the mussel threads just like you do on the plastic. We call this damage creep, and it is undesirable. However, in nature, many materials that experience creep recover from it, and we're studying the mussel threads to learn how.
What about the blood and clamworm jaws?
The jaws appear to be just as resistant to abrasion as the tiles on the space shuttle, yet they have only half the weight per equal volume.
We learned in the case of the challenging flight that weight is a very important factor. The lighter the airplane or spacecraft, the less fuel it needs.
That's right, and we hope to learn not only how to make very lightweight spacecraft materials, but also tougher ones.
Why do the materials need to be tougher?
The materials used for spacecraft are subjected to enormous stress, so it's crucial that they be tough as well as self-healing.
Sounds like this research is exciting. Thanks, Miss Novak.
You're welcome. Keep up the investigation and call me back if you have any other questions. Bye.
That was impressive. Never thought that studying mussels and worms could help us learn about traveling through space.
But I'm still trying to figure out how we're going to do it. I mean, what will our future space vehicles look like?
I'm not sure. Maybe Bianca can help us.
Well, she's been training down at space camp, but I don't think their program includes future spacecraft.
No, but they are close to NASA Marshall Space Flight Center. I emailed her last night. She wrote back and said she was meeting with Mr. Cook.
Way to go, Catherine. Have you heard from Dr. D yet?
No, wasn't he working with you and Tony?
Well, we talked to him a couple days ago, but we haven't heard from him.
Maybe Bianca gave him a new fitness program to work on too.
Well, if so, maybe we should call his house. He may need some help.
Mr. Cook agreed to meet me at NASA Marshall Space Flight Center, where they test rocket engines for spacecraft. They call it the Propulsion System Component Testing Facility. Of course, I had lots of questions. So how is NASA researching new spacecraft for the future?
One way is through propulsion. With the new exploration vision, we will need propulsion systems that will be low cost and will enable rapid, safe, and reliable access to, in, and from space.
So why do we need new propulsion systems? Aren't the old ones good enough?
Most U.S. propulsion systems are based on 1950s and 60s technology. They are high risk and expensive. Right now, it costs $10,000 per pound to put payload into Earth's orbit.
Wow, that's a lot of money.
Exactly. So for us to carry out the exploration vision, the missions must be affordable, the reliability must be increased, and we must find a way to rapidly and safely take us beyond Earth's orbit to the Moon, Mars, and beyond.
What types of propulsion systems are being researched?
The primary ones for exploration are chemical, like these here, nuclear, electric, and propellantless propulsion systems.
What's a propellantless propulsion system?
One type is a system that uses solar sails. These are sails much like those found on a ship. Solar sails are made from thin layers of mylar and act like a very large mirror. As photons of sunlight strike the sail and bounce off, they gently push the sail along.
How does electrical propulsion work? You can't have an extension cord in space.
No, it uses electrical energy from a solar array to accelerate a propellant. There are three types of electric propulsion systems: electrothermal, which uses electrical heat; electromagnetic, which creates thrust using a magnetic field; and electrostatic, which uses charged particles in an electric field.
Don't we currently use chemical rockets?
Yes, and they have been the primary means for transportation in space because of the very large amounts of thrust they generate that are needed to overcome Earth's gravity. As fuels become more advanced, chemical propulsion will continue to play a vital role in space transportation.
They all sound great, but isn't one propulsion system better than the other?
Well, there are pros and cons to each system. The choice of propulsion system depends on the energy requirements of the mission, its duration and destination, and whether it is robotic or human.
I can't wait to travel through space. It's so exciting.
Yes, it is. So keep studying your math and science.
Don't worry, I will.
Oh, by the way, Dr. D called. He said he wanted to meet you over at the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory.
Dr. D at space camp? That's strange. Well, it is Dr. D.
Attach stabilizer into position on both the array and above auxiliary power panel and lock into place. Roger. Fully deploy array by rotating handle counterclockwise. Roger.
Dr. D, is that you?
You bet. I'm training for a spacewalk, working on this underwater solar array.
Of course. We learned from Dr. Utley in the case of the inhabitable habitat that astronauts learn to work in the weightlessness of space by diving into a huge tank of water called the Neutral Buoyancy Laboratory.
That's correct. It takes a lot of practice to prepare for space travel.
That's what I love about Space Camp. We get to practice, they emphasize the importance of teamwork, and of course I'm looking forward to the simulators.
Simulators are great. They allow you to experience what space is really like. Let's go check them out.
This is the space shot.
Great. It simulates liftoff.
Doesn't liftoff make astronauts feel heavy?
We'll see. You just experienced 4 times the force of gravity, just like the Apollo astronauts at liftoff.
Can we do it again?
Sure. 3, 2, 1.
Dr. D, I also felt weightless for a few seconds at the top.
It was because you were freely falling. It's not quite free fall, but if you go to the moon, you will only weigh 1/6 of what you do on the Earth.
That's a great weight loss program.
Let's see how you do, weighing only slightly more than 2 gallons of milk. Buzz Aldrin said that galloping like a horse was easier than jogging. But why don't you try the bunny hop? Awesome.
Training like this before going to the moon is a great idea.
Now that you've experienced walking on the moon, you need to train for re-entry into the Earth's atmosphere. This is the multi-axis trainer, and trainers like this were used by our country's first astronauts in the Mercury program to prepare for the possibility of a tumble spin during re-entry.
Oh, I almost forgot. You've got to contact the other treehouse detectives. They don't know where you are.
Well, that's right. I didn't tell them. I'll get on it right away, just after I become disoriented. Dear treehouse detectives, sorry about the quick departure. I had some important work to do at Space Camp. I saw Bianca. I'm sure she will fill you in. Looking good. Maybe just a little longer is all I can handle.
So what's up? Will Bianca survive the rigors of training? Who will be the next generation of explorers to go to Mars? Would you like to walk on Mars someday? Stay tuned for the exciting conclusion of The Case of the Great Space Exploration.
Don't forget to look for the answers to the following questions. What is the X Prize? Why are aviation and space contests important? What is the purpose of simulated Mars habitats on Earth?
Doing all right? Ready to go for this thing? All right.
Today I tested out at 3 Gs in the centrifuge. It was a very intense experience as the centrifuge spun around to simulate the heaviness of a rocket launch. It was really difficult to move my arms and legs for such a long time. I've been here at Space Camp for almost a week now, and I feel really prepared for my last mission. Wish me luck.
Exercise has really changed my life. I think I can feel myself getting healthier every time I run.
Maybe you should volunteer for an experimental research project.
Do they give prizes or money?
If they do, don't tell Tony, because we'll find ourselves under strict observation in the treehouse for the next 6 months.
I've spent a few days here before. It's not that bad.
Well, speaking of prizes, Tony sent us an email and said to be sure to check out the X Prize.
There must be money involved.
$10 million.
What? Sign me up. What do you have to do to win the $10 million?
I'm not sure, but Tony said to contact Mr. Eric Lindbergh.
I wonder if he's related to Charles Lindbergh.
As a matter of fact, he's his grandson.
Here he is now.
Hi, you must be the Treehouse Detectives. I got Tony's email. How can I help you guys?
Hi, Mr. Lindbergh. We want to know more about the X Prize. What kind of contest is it?
It's a $10 million prize to be awarded to the first privately funded suborbital space launch.
That doesn't sound too hard.
Well, to win the prize, you have to be able to carry 3 people to an altitude of 100 kilometers or 62 miles, return safely, that's important, and do it again within 2 weeks.
Okay, maybe that's a little harder. Why was the X Prize created?
The mission of the X Prize is to create a future in which the public can personally participate in space travel and its benefits.
I'm there. Just tell me where and when I can go. How soon can tourists go into space?
Whoa, hold on a minute. No one's won the prize yet, but when someone does win the prize, it'll probably take a year or 2 before the paying public can go and fly into space.
Who started the X Prize?
Peter Diamandis was reading my grandfather's book, The Spirit of St. Louis, when a light bulb went on in his mind, and he thought, that's it. We need a prize for space travel. That's how I'm going to get to space. In 1996, we launched the X Prize under the arch in St. Louis.
Didn't your grandfather, Charles Lindbergh, win the Orteig Prize in 1927 for being the first person to fly solo across the Atlantic Ocean?
Very good. You know your history. People often forget that aviation was developed by contests and prizes like the Orteig Prize and the Bendix Prize. And we hope to do the same thing for space travel with the X Prize.
What will happen to NASA if we have commercial spaceflight?
Well, private industry can often operate more efficiently than government, and private enterprise will allow NASA to concentrate on their core mission of science and exploration without having to operate a space transportation system.
I guess NASA doesn't operate the airlines today, even though in the early years when it was NACA, it was important to the development of commercial aviation.
That's right. And the more people who have the opportunity to fly into space and look at our planet, and experience what those astronauts are telling us as a life-changing experience, the more they'll work harder to try to save our planet and the quality of life that we know for future generations.
Now this is truly exciting. To think that I might get to go to space as a tourist. Thanks, Mr. Lindbergh.
You're very welcome. I'll see you in space.
Fantastic. Next stop, Mars.
One step at a time, Space Cowboy.
Seriously, didn't Tony tell you? Corinne is already on her way to the Mars Society Research Habitat.
Oh, right. I forgot. I can't wait to read a report.
It's like a postcard from the Red Planet. And isn't Bianca's simulated spacewalk happening later today?
Yes, it is. She said we should contact Space Camp's mission control this afternoon.
We've got treehouse detectives on Mars, performing spacewalks, developing rovers and landers. We're practically our own mission control.
We are go for liftoff.
Dr. Muscatello said he would meet me at the Mars Analog Research Station, but where is it? My GPS says it should be right about here. Wow, Dr. Muscatello, this looks just like Mars. It is so cool.
Actually, on Mars, it's quite cold, around minus 60 degrees Celsius. If we were really on Mars, you'd be frozen. Why don't you come inside?
If it's so cold on Mars, why do you have the habitat in the middle of a hot desert?
We built it here because this environment not only looks as alien as Mars, but it also exhibits landforms made by infrequent rain and wind that are very similar to the Martian landscape.
What is the purpose of the habitats?
The idea behind the habitats is to build simulated Mars bases here on Earth in places that resemble Mars as much as possible. Then scientists who volunteer their time live and work there and study the biology and geology of these Mars-like environments.
Where are the other Mars habitats?
Oh, we have one in Devon Island, which is in the Canadian Arctic. That's a polar desert just like Mars. A third habitat is being installed in Iceland, which resembles volcanic areas of Mars, and a fourth one is being designed for Australia, which has lots of very dry red desert terrain.
So what kinds of experiments do scientists do in the habitats?
Scientists live and work here just as they would on Mars. One ongoing research experiment being conducted is to look for microscopic life forms called extremophiles that can survive in very extreme environments.
Why do they look for extremophiles?
Mars might have similar organisms, so we need to know where to look and what characteristics they might have. Scientists are also looking at rocks in the desert that have a coating called desert varnish, which looks like a stain.
Why is that important?
The varnish rocks have a biological component that eats the rock. On Mars, the Spirit rover has examined rocks with varnish as well, so there might be a form of life on Mars.
Do you have your own Mars rover?
No, but we do have transportation. We use ATVs just like you did today.
Scientists use ATVs? Why would a scientist need an ATV?
To evaluate exploration techniques. They might use an ATV to extend an astronaut's range. Cliff reconnaissance vehicles can descend steep embankments. Their research might be useful to help us learn how to overcome the limitations of living on Mars.
I would love to live on Mars and ride ATVs.
Well, let's see what it would be like. But first, we have to put on our spacesuits.
Spacesuits? I don't have a spacesuit. Wow, this is great. Do you think that we'll really go to Mars?
Most definitely. We already have the technology to travel to Mars. We would just have to be very clever and use the resources that are already on the red planet.
What kind of resources does Mars have?
The atmosphere of Mars has a lot of carbon dioxide, which you would combine with hydrogen brought from the Earth. With the right catalyst, you make methane, which is your fuel for the return trip home.
But what would happen if you got there and the process didn't work?
With a plan developed by Robert Zubrin and David Baker called Mars Direct, you would send the Earth return vehicle to Mars without astronauts. It would land and start making fuel. Once you knew the fuel tanks were full, the astronauts would leave Earth.
Speaking of leaving Earth, can we go exploring?
You bet, but don't forget your helmet and backpack.
Yes, that's very important.
Are you ready to see Mars?
You bet.
Bianca, can you give me the order of switches to deactivate the antenna?
Roger.
Roger. Turn off B2, B3, B4, B5, and finally B1.
Roger!
Our EVA mission is on target. Going to get the broken antenna.
This is excellent work. Keep up your concentration.
Space Camp, this is Mission Control. The satellite is worse than it was before.
Wait a minute. That sounds like Jacob.
You got me. Catherine, RJ, and I are monitoring your progress from the treehouse.
It looks like you're having a great time. Plus, you've been on some amazing simulators and really experienced space.
Yes, and I learned how important communication and teamwork are in space travel. Here's antenna A, Dr. D.
Got it. I'll be right back with a new one.
For an astronaut to be successful, you have to have the proper training.
That's right. There's a lot of practice, and more practice.
Don't forget, astronauts have to be physically fit, eat a healthy diet, and also practice.
We also learn to avoid spacewalks during solar storms.
Radiation is a big problem in space.
Here is the antenna. Do you have the instructions for installing it?
Affirmative. Space is a harsh environment, so astronauts not only need protection from radiation, but also from the extreme temperatures of space and from micrometeoroids. Installation complete.
Bianca, do you have the order of switches for the reactivation of the antenna?
Roger.
Okay, Treehouse detectives, we have to focus on our task here. We look forward to reading your research report. Goodbye from Space Camp.
It's amazing. It looks like we were learning some of the same things.
Yes, we learned about special materials used to protect both people and spacecraft from radiation.
Like polyethylene.
You mean plastic bags. And we know the galactic cosmic rays are a real problem.
We also learned how astronauts' meals are planned based upon calorie count in the food pyramid.
Let's not forget what we learned about unmanned missions. The future of the space program depends upon robots preparing the way for people.
Wouldn't it be cool if we all became astronauts and worked on a mission together?
Sure, as long as Bianca isn't the commander.
She would make an excellent commander.
And plus, now she has more experience than any of us.
You're right. It would be pretty cool.
Are you going home?
I think I'll go for a run.
Great, I'll run with you.
Okay, I'll run too. Catherine, prepare to be blinded by my pure speed.
Did you know that most drownings occur within a few feet of safety? And that in 90% of those cases, the victim was not wearing a personal flotation device? The TWRA reminds us it just makes good sense to wear your life jacket. It floats. You don't. On this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal, we'll go grappling with a group of fishermen, sticking their hand in the hole just for fun.
Got it. Got a boy, got a blue.
Next, we'll visit the George Gregory Fishing Rodeo at Williamsport Lakes and watch as some kids get their first chance to reel in a big one. We'll go with the Normandy Fish Hatchery crew as they capture walleye broodfish, take them back to the hatchery, breed them, and raise baby walleyes to stock all across the state.
We do about 100,000 fry per acre in our hatchery ponds.
Next, wildlife habitat biologists with the Private Lands Program help a landowner manage wildlife habitat on his property with the help of fire.
Hey, help!
And finally, watch as training day unfolds, getting TWRA officers as prepared as possible for when the worst happens in real life. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is opening the cover and inviting you in for a behind-the-scenes look at the work being done every day by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency. Let's turn the page. What kind of legacy will we leave when our days upon this earth are gone? Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun, care enough to be the keeper of the dream. Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll start this episode off with a bang. We'll go grappling.
Been doing this about 6 years. Unfortunately, I didn't start it till I was about 50 years old. And a young man by the name of Dustin Buttram teased me into doing it and convinced me to do it one day, and I've been hooked ever since.
Me and Barry, he's straight ahead of me. All right. I'm gonna try to push him back towards y'all. Okay, yeah, he's coming towards you, Hooper.
All right, here, hold this. I'm gonna go in with my hand first. See if I can get him in my bite. How's going over there? It is a rush unlike any other rush you'll have. It's one of those things, if you try it once, you're either hooked for life or you've been there, done that, and you don't want to do it no more. But I caught the bug. I'm out here with Eric Anderson and Tanner Romsdale. I was lucky enough to get them started 2 years ago, and I think they both got the bug too.
This is the big fish holes, and this is where all the big fish always come from. And I was very leery when Hooper first invited me to come out here and try it with him. I'd seen pictures where they had caught fish before, big 40, 50, 60 pound flatheads. So I thought, I guess it's something I never thought I'd actually try to do, because to me it just seemed just totally crazy. All right, I'm in the mouth. I got him. I got his jaw.
All right, don't let go.
All right, right here at the mouth. You need help?
You good?
Filler, get you a thumb in. Here you go, Barry. Flathead.
We do this during the catfish spawn, and what they're doing, they're cavity nests. They go up into under rocks, and that's where they nest and spawn. And so we've found some locations that the catfish use over the years, and you go back, and during the month of June's a prime month, and go back during the month of June, and you go in and run your hand up in the hole, and they're very territorial, and they're guarding their eggs, and they'll come up and shake your hand.
You gonna put it back in the hole?
Going back.
Here you go. Here's my hand. There's the hole right there.
All right, she's in. She's back in.
Cool. You catch a 40-pounder, the next thing you want to catch is a 50-pounder. If you catch a 50, you want to catch a 60.
Go get him. He's got him. He's got him.
Yes, sir. Getting a hold of something with that much power, and it's hand to hand, and it's a lot of good time with friends, and it's just a great way to spend a summer afternoon.
15, 20 pounds.
It is an adrenaline rush. He might have her.
Yeah!
Yes, sir. Oh, yeah.
I love the bass fish. I love the turkey hunt. It's that same adrenaline rush. But unlike all these other sports that are visual, you don't, it's all done by touch and all done by feel.
Ready to put it back in?
Put her in the hole, if you don't mind.
All right, 1 second.
And when the catfish grabs you by the hand, it shakes you like a dog. And
good job.
Then the fight's on.
You blocked?
Yeah, he can't get out this hole.
Okay. That is the most exciting part about it, is because you don't know. You stick your hand, or sometimes a stick, or if it's a deeper hole in there, and that fish will react by biting your hand or biting the stick, and that anticipation is the number one thing that I'm scared to death of every time I do it.
Whoa! That's kind of... Dang, it's only going to hit me.
I'd say Eric's fighting it right now. Got him. Yeah, he's fighting it.
I don't think I never felt them or never heard it.
It was right down here.
Got him. Got a boy. Got a blue.
Getting your hands on that fish and wrestling it, getting it to the surface is a lot of fun. But for me personally, it's coming out with friends and laughing, picking on each other, joking around. The fish is just the icing on the cake. So whenever you can get a fish to the surface after you've wrestled with him, worked him, and get him up, and you can high five with your friends and just have that memory, that's kind of what it's all about.
It's a mean old blue, wasn't it?
It's a mean old blue. Got a boy. Got a blue. It's all right.
Next up, Free Fishing Day in Tennessee.
You see you want to hold him? You got to put your finger right here.
This is the 19th annual George Gregory Fishing Rodeo. This is held out at Williamsport Lakes on Whippoorwill Lake, which is a kids' fishing lake.
I've been here at these lakes ever since they opened. I can't remember what year that was, but it's been a long time. And if I got a chance to fish, I'm here.
This is mainly a kids event. However, we do allow parents, guardians, whatnot, to come along to fish with their child, just to make it a memorable experience for them.
I brought some kids just, to introduce them to how to fish, and just to teach them how to fish.
I got my grandkids today, and I just love to see a kid catch a fish. An adult, he's had his lifetime to catch a fish. I've had my lifetime. I enjoy to see any kid catch a fish.
The main reason for this event is just to get kids outside fishing. A lot of times they're not able to get out, and this gives them a chance to come out with mom or dad, somebody that wants to take them fishing. That way they can build on that. We do have a wide array of events across the state now. Typically, this event will hold probably around 250 people. We've got some local sponsors. The Murray County Sheriff's Department reserve deputies help sponsor this event, along with Columbia Noon Rotary. They cook lunch. They're really good about helping us out with events that we have here for the youth in Murray County. We usually do door prizes, big fish, small fish. We tag some fish here in the lake, so if somebody catches a tagged fish, they'll get a prize for that.
Our big fish winners get a prize, and then they can go up and pick.
We like to get enough prizes where everybody leaves with something.
Pick your prize, buddy.
This is my third time coming out here on a rodeo, fishing rodeo, and Free Fishing Day. A lot of people might not have that income to buy a fishing license, and this is a good day to bring everybody out.
Some of them ain't never been before, you know. If I can share a little something with them, I'm going to. Yeah, they're real excited to be here.
Our next story features Normandy Fish Hatchery and their work with walleye.
Today we're at the very upper reaches of Center Hill Lake. It's the Caney Fork River below Great Falls Dam. It's one of the few places in Middle Tennessee that you have a good walleye run. There's very little available spawning habitat left in Tennessee, so what we do is when we can find those fish that have that available spawning habitat, we'll take a few of them and we'll make many more of them. We'll give them a head start at the fish hatchery, and then we can distribute them across the state, which they do just great. They grow well, they just don't reproduce well in a lot of our reservoirs. So that's the objective. Without the efforts made at fish hatcheries, we probably wouldn't have a sustainable walleye fishery, or in some cases a sustainable crappie fishery, or without a doubt a sustainable striped bass fishery. We actually use electrofishing boats. We have generators with electrodes hanging off of them. The boat actually acts as the ground, and so it forces electricity through the water. Eventually it stuns them, and you can dip them up, put them in the live well, and they'll recuperate within just a few moments. It's really harmless to the fish. We do it every year, annually, and it's usually about the second week in March when water temperatures rise between 50 and 55 degrees. Broodfish are just mature adult fish, so we need males and females to bring back to the hatchery to spawn them to create a good year class for all of the other reservoirs. We try to raise about 1.5 million walleye at this fish hatchery every year. So just by taking about 25 to 30 females and twice the males, 60 males, we can bring them into the hatchery building and under these controlled conditions get about 5 million eggs from those fish. First off, we'll bring the hauling trucks into the building, and we'll take these fish off, and as we bring them off, we're assessing their condition and their health, determining male or female, and we'll separate those fish. If they are not ready to ovulate, we'll give them a small injection of hormone to help stimulate that. It's sort of like being induced at the nursery ward. We generally take 1 female to 2 males, and if we have any water in the dish, then that interferes with the fertilization process. So we'll clean them off, we'll dry them off very well, because when we strip spawn them, you place your hand just below their throat and push the eggs out of their vent. You do that several times until their ovaries are empty. Then we'll bring both the males over and strip the milk out of them onto the eggs. And then we'll just add water, and this begins the fertilization process. We add the water and stir that up gently with the turkey feather, because the turkey feather is just stiff enough but just soft enough you can actually turn the eggs but not damage them. So we'll turn those for about 2 minutes. Any less, you get reduced numbers of fertilization. And then we add a suspension of a diatomaceous earth that will break up the stickiness on the eggs, because in nature those eggs will adhere to the rocks almost immediately in that swift water. And in the hatchery environment, we want each egg to be individual and separate from each other, and so that we can flow water around those eggs in this artificial environment. And then we'll transfer the eggs into another bath and let them sit for an hour, 2 hours to water harden. The outside of the eggshell, as soon as it comes out of the vent of that fish, is very soft. And over just a few hours of exposure in the water, that eggshell becomes much harder. So any little rocks that would tumble over it in nature and things like that might not crush that egg. So we let them water harden, and then we'll siphon them off into a jar and then place them on a hatching battery with water flowing through it. And the water will suspend those eggs for 2 to 3 weeks. And the eggs will start out just a very golden yellow, and over time, as they develop in the embryo, they will get much darker. couple weeks later, those after incubating in our jars, the larva will actually hatch out of those eggs. We'll then transfer them into our stocking ponds, our hatchery ponds, where they can grow out. And we try to get them up to about 2.5, 3 inches. Much more than that, and they begin to eat each other. They're a very big predator, and they'll actually cannibalize on themselves. So if we don't get them out within about 30 days after stocking them, they'll begin to eat each other, and your numbers will start to go down. We do about 100,000 fry per acre in our hatchery ponds, and our return could be as much as 80 to 90%. It's about May 1st, the first week of May, that we start to harvest these things. It takes a lot of effort and a lot of teamwork. It's a fairly simple process. It's just a little time consuming, just waiting for the ponds to drain slowly. Then we go down once all the fish are collected into the kettle, and we'll climb down into there with seines, and we'll seine those fish out into buckets. Once we've harvested all those fish and transferred them onto the Holland tanks, we'll come back to the hatchery building, open up the tanks, and we'll do a quick sub-sample. So we'll take a known weight of fish and we'll count how many of those fish there are per pound. So we know how many pounds are on the truck. We know how many fish per pound, so we can get a good estimate of how many fish we have on the truck. And then it's at that point that we decide where they would need to go. Not all reservoirs have what it takes to produce, crappie, walleye, largemouth bass. So if there's something lacking, we try to supplement that and make every lake a good lake to fish.
Next up, partnering for wildlife habitat.
This break here is the one I'm worried about the most, and then the break on the other end. And those are the two. We term it as the private lands program. We've evolved into wildlife habitat biologists. And so our job is to help landowners manage wildlife habitat on their property.
When my parents passed away and we took over management of the land, I thought about what I wanted to accomplish and the management plans for the farm, and one of the things I really wanted to do was try to bring the quail population back.
If you'll like that for me. Some of the most valuable habitat you can have on your property that will benefit a multitude of a suite of species is early successional habitat. And we basically define that as the first 3 to 5 years of growth on an area. Fire plays an integral part in the management of early successional habitat.
It was pretty easy to get involved with the programs here. Of course, growing up on the farm, I knew about the Soil Conservation Service. I'm actually a professor in the Department of Forestry, Wildlife and Fisheries at UT in Knoxville, and I've done a lot of work with TWRA. So I've done a lot of research on private lands and private land ownership.
There's so many different avenues to take, but in my opinion, that's what we're here for. There are 3 other biologists besides myself across the state, and our job is to work with landowners to guide them through that process. We backburned into the wind and created a larger fire break for ourselves, and then we strip head fired. When you come across and use the wind to carry the fire, and it reaches what you've already burned and dies out. So we did a back burn with strip head fires, and we burnt this whole 10 acres in sections of about 3 acres each. We partner with the Natural Resource Conservation Service, and we work in their system to help these landowners obtain cost share funding through the Federal Farm Bill. We work with the district conservationist in each county and work with the landowners that come into their office asking them about wildlife and wildlife habitat. We work with people that email us or call us. We set up site visits with them. The reason that fire is so important is because it removes all of that dead vegetation and all of that fodder that is inhibiting the movement of ground nesting birds. And so they need that bare ground component to survive. And when we bush hog or mow, we just lay that thatch back down on the ground. So when we use fire, we consume all that and open up the ground level so those species can move and forage freely.
I mean, there are two or three things here, I guess. You know, as a teacher and a professor, you know, we always teach from the book and all these things and go out and see what other people are doing, but this has given me the unique perspective as a landowner to actually understand the thought processes and as well as their programs and everything available. So it's really helping me with bringing in real life experience into the classroom to help train our future natural resource management professionals.
A good place to go to find out this information is our website, tnwildlife.org. You can go in there and there's a section that says for habitat conservationists, and you can scroll through there and find who to contact for technical assistance in your county. There'll be a whole list of district conservationists, foresters, your TWRA wildlife habitat biologists, a suite of people on there in your county that you can contact.
We'll finish off today's episode with a story about Training Day.
Bedford County 911 called and said 2 fishermen called them and advised a boat has crashed. It's going to be at the Tennessee Fire Codes Academy, be at the lake.
Wildlife officers respond to the call of a boating accident on a local lake. It's a scene that is repeated every year on Tennessee's waters. This evening is different. This accident is staged, and tonight these new TWRA officers are getting the chance to put skills they have learned into action.
For years we have trained on things that are important for our job, whether it's firearms or defensive tactics. We want our officers as prepared as possible for when the worst happens.
This is winnable training. These guys are going to come in, all the pieces are here for them to figure out exactly what happened. They're going to come together as a team, they're going to communicate.
During this week-long session, new officers attend classes, participate in exercises, and receive training from seasoned boating officers and investigators. It culminates into this evening of hands-on training that is as close to real life as you can get.
It's incredible training for new officers to come out and experience their first accident right here under a training environment.
You know, taking the time to bring in all the facets that they would see on the scene of a boating accident, witnesses, fire trucks, ambulances, injured people, officers having to respond to multiple places and multiple calls for service, treating injuries, all of those things you can't get sitting in a classroom looking at a PowerPoint projector.
Hey, help! I found a body over here!
Learning to adapt to the various situations that arise during an investigation is critical to these young officers.
This scenario is really going to show them from beginning to end how to work the scene of a boating accident. There is likely going to be fire trucks as well as EMS treating injured and assessing the scene. It's important for our officers to be able to interact with and identify and work with them to solve a common goal. And that first goal they're going to see is injured people. After that, it's really going to evolve as fast as their investigation evolves. They'll be able to identify the other victim who was found at a later time. They're going to get to interview some witnesses who witnessed some actions of the boat operator prior to the crash. They'll also be able to talk to family members that may have dropped these people off at the lake a little earlier in the day, that gives them a little glimpse into their behavior earlier in the day and anything they were doing that may have been evidentiary in this crash itself. People that go to the lake and get in a boat don't oftentimes have their driver's license or identification in their pocket, so they'll have to identify these people. They'll have to follow up with dispatch and try to locate the boat owners. So all of these things compiled together is really going to make a realistic example of how that officer is going to need to work these.
Every accident that these officers work will be different and present new challenges. But this realistic scenario will give them the confidence in their abilities and a base on which to build.
As soon as we complete We'll call all the officers back in, all of our veteran officers will go in, and we will have some time to talk to those officers. What did you learn? What happened? Tell us, based on your investigation, what happened in this scenario, because immediately, without their efforts, it's not going to be apparent. They're going to have to work through their investigative skills to find that out. Now, once they get through that, they will receive feedback from all of our officers that they encountered throughout this incident. They will receive feedback from our dispatchers and our boating investigators to tell them all the things they did great and maybe point out a few things they may be able to improve on. Again, we always want these guys to succeed, but if they stumble, we want it to be out here in scenario training.
I've been doing this job for 20 years, and every time I work one, I find out something I can do better. So we're really not telling them they're doing anything wrong, we're just telling them that there's certain things they can do better.
Now, they've had the training, but here's the test. You know, paper tests are very good, but this is truly where the rubber meets the road, and we want these guys to succeed. So we're going to push them as hard as we can. And the end result is the citizens of the state of Tennessee are going to benefit from professional, highly trained officers.
Thanks for joining us on this episode of Tennessee Outdoor Journal. We'll see you next time. Tennessee Outdoor Journal is produced by your Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency.
Tell me who will carry on this work that we've begun. Care enough to be the keeper of the dream. This legacy, our legacy.
Hey Tennessee, I'm Kix Brooks. You know, I've been blessed to tour this nation from sea to shining sea. And every time that bus rolls back across the state line, I'm reminded how good we have it here in our home state. Whether you like to hunt, fish, or watch wildlife, we got our Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency to thank for it. But before you follow that red dirt road to your favorite fishing hole or hunting spot, there's one thing you need: a license. Just visit GoOutdoorsTennessee.com and you can get your license in minutes.
Hi, I'm Charlie Daniels. When I was a kid, I loved baseball and football and all kind of stuff, but my favorite pastime was when my daddy would get me up early in the morning, we'd go hunting or fishing. Out in the fresh air on the water or back in the woods, and you learn a lot. You got kids, take them hunting, take them fishing. Join me. Buy a hunting or fishing license. Let's keep wildlife in Tennessee. That's a doggone good thing.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Hi, I'm Tracy Lawrence, just letting you know that the Tennessee Wildlife Resources Agency supports itself and manages all of the state's wildlife with the dollars invested by hunters and fishermen when they buy licenses. If you've never bought a license, but appreciate the abundant wildlife we enjoy in this state, I encourage you to do it. Start with the Type 01. It's a great investment in Tennessee wildlife. Learn more at tnwildlife.org.
Buy your license today at GoOutdoorsTennessee.com.
Good evening. Welcome to the Parks and Recreation Advisory Committee meeting for November 21st, 2022. We do have a quorum, and I call this meeting to order. The first business is I need a motion and a second to approve the minutes from the last meeting.
I make a motion to approve the minutes from the last meeting. I second.
I have a motion from Ms. Haas and a second from Ms. Davison. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Oppose? All right, we'll jump right into the meeting, and the big thing coming up is the Parade of Lights. Who's talking about this?
That's Kathy.
All right, so Parade of Lights is a week from this Saturday, December 3rd. The Winter Festival will be from 3 to 8, and the parade will start at 5 o'clock at City Hall and funnel into Veterans Park. And we'll have the tree lighting ceremony immediately after the parade.
What time's the parade again?
The parade starts at 5 here at City Hall.
What exactly, Kathy, somebody asked me the other day and I tried to explain it. What exactly is going on from 3 to 5?
From 3 to 5? Well, the Winter Festival's 3 to 8.
Well, I mean,
So-
between 3 o'clock and the time of the parade.
Well, okay, if you're in the parade, then the parade lineup's gonna start around 3:30. So if you're in the parade itself, you'll have to come here at City Hall. Next week, you'll be given a spot number and then the setup times. And then once, I believe 4 o'clock is gonna be the judging. The winners will get a trophy. The first, second, and third place will get a trophy and a banner for the parade entries.
So for people that's not going to the parade, is there something going on at the park that they can be at while the parade's going on?
Yes, the Winter Festival. So that'll be from 3 to 8. We'll have pictures with Santa. Santa will be down there from 3 to 4. And then Santa will be in the parade, and then we'll have those opportunities again around 6:30 after the parade ends, from 6:30 to 8. But we'll have the snow rink open. We've got craft vendors. We've got some snack vendors. We have carriage rides. We've got 2 carriage rides that are going to come and go along the walking trail up behind Pavilion B. And the tree lighting ceremony and fireworks.
And do we have coffee and hot chocolate?
And hot chocolate.
Huh?
We have hot chocolate. I've got a few people that signed up for hot chocolate. And then after the parade, the senior center is going to be giving away their cookies and hot chocolate that evening as well.
That's no charge?
The senior center's no charge, but I have some vendors that will be selling while the parade is going on and before the parade. Mhm.
I noticed that Sheila especially, and a lot of others is putting that out on social media, so let's make sure that week of that we all get it out there and share it as much as possible.
And did I hear you right when you were saying for the folks that are in the parade, they show up here?
Correct.
3:30 and 4, and then they get judged before they actually go down the...
Yes, once they're in the lineup, we'll have the judges go through here while they're in the lineup right before the parade starts. That way they can display their banner as they're going through the parade, and then they'll be awarded their trophy at the tree lighting ceremony.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Any more questions? All right, let's talk about the snow rink.
That's Kathy too. She's gonna get a majority of all of this.
All right, so the snow rink is already in place on the tennis courts. I don't know if y'all have driven by and seen it. It's already put together. We did extend it or expand it by 50% this year. We're having an employee skate night November 30th, and then it's going to be open to the public from December 1st to the 17th, from between Thursday and Sunday each week. We're going to have the first Sunday, December 4th, between 1 and 2, we'll have a special needs skate. And then it will not be open on December 15th. That's the only day during that time frame from Thursday to Sunday it will not be offered.
Can you say those dates again from the?
Well, December 1st through the 17th, Thursday through Sunday during that time period, except for the 15th.
And tell us about the skates and the little snowmen you gotta hold on to.
We've got skating aids for the little ones, and we do have several different sizes of skates. Skates are free to the public. You can bring your own skates as long as they're not double-bladed. And we are doing 1 hour increments. So like Thursday's 4 to 8. So you show up, you get to skate from 4 to 5. You show up at 4:30, you'll need to wait till the 5 o'clock skate or elect to skate for 30 minutes. But we rotate every hour on the hour.
And it is first come, first serve.
It is first come, first serve. We're not doing any pre-registration. They'll just have to complete the waiver when they arrive at the park.
And what is the time frame on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday?
Okay, so Thursdays and Fridays are 4 p.m. to 8 p.m. Saturday is 12 to 8. Sunday's 1 to 5. And then, like I said, that first Sunday from 1 to 2 is special needs, so it's open to everybody else 2 to 5 that first Sunday.
Somebody from Parks and Rec will be there while it's open in case there's any.
Yeah, we'll always have somebody from our department there, plus.
I'm just trying to think of questions that the public may want to know about it.
Yeah, we're kind of excited about that first Sunday, opening it up to families with special needs. So we're gonna get with the EIO and see if we can kind of make that its own separate thing to try to put a little more focus on that. I think that was an element we missed last year, so we'll try to include those families also.
I think that's wonderful.
It's awesome. So last year it would hold about 30, something like that. What would it hold this year?
Yeah, I think it was rated for 45 maybe, or 48, and so we didn't really know what to expect, so we shrunk that number a little bit, but I don't think at any given time, maybe except for the day of the parade, did it get crowded. So with us increasing the size by 50%, I don't think we'll run into any issues this year.
I know
we are pushing it out there, though, that, you know, there's no cost to the public to come and skate, but we are encouraging a canned goods or unwrapped toy, unopened, unwrapped toy that we could donate.
Is that every day?
Every day, yes, ma'am.
Just anytime.
And I mean, that's not a requirement to participate, but we encourage that.
Yeah.
You're gonna have them, it's always nice when you got an old person up here, and you're gonna have the heaters out there.
Yes, sir.
Well, I remember last year was so cold, I was freezing. My granddaughter loved it.
Mine did too.
She didn't even know how to skate, and she was right out there. She used the little helper, but then she got it down pat in like 15 minutes.
That's what Ellie said. This year she won't need the little helper.
I will. Anyway, let's move on to the father-daughter dance.
And I'm gonna turn this one over to Kathy too in just a second. In the past several years, we've kind of pushed this as winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter dance. So our numbers really started to decline. First several years we had this, first 4 or 5 years we had it, we pushed this father-daughter dance. We don't, we include everyone, so we don't turn anyone away, son, mother, aunt, uncle, whoever comes, boy, girl, it doesn't matter. So the door's open to everybody. But I think once we started taking that emphasis off father-daughter dance, our numbers steadily declined. We outgrew the multipurpose building within 2 years and had to use the gym at the school. So this year, our numbers were so low last year, we are moving it back to the multipurpose building. And if it's okay with this board here, we would kind of like to put the emphasis back on father-daughter dance, make that more prominent, but still call it the winter formal also, so everybody knows on our advertisement, it clearly states that everyone is included.
Do you think it's because of winter formal, the word formal makes people think, well, we don't have a tuxedo, or we don't have that fancy clothes?
They usually dressed up for the father-daughter dance. They were all.
No, I'll tell you what it is, being I'm the elephant in the room. Some people were, I don't know the word I'm looking for.
Not very nice.
They didn't like the father-daughter symbol because they felt like we were leaving out mothers, aunts, uncles, blah, blah, blah. And that's not the purpose of it. Father-daughter dances have been going on for many, many years in cities all over the country. So to pacify some of that worrisome, we changed it, as David said, and it got a little bit confusing. I think that people know that when we have a father-daughter dance, Carol is certainly welcome to bring her grandson.
And granddaughter.
And granddaughter, and vice versa. I could even bring my grandson. It's just it's a vernacular that people were some kind of slur, but I totally agree with David, and I like that we're doing that and putting the emphasis out there that that's not what it is, but to follow a tradition, so to speak, of a father-daughter dance. It's always been like that, you know.
Yeah, and I think in our positions and even the board's position that, we kind of got to walk a fine line there. So kind of what really opened our eyes last year is we were still pushing ours as the winter formal and took the emphasis off the father-daughter, and our numbers were, we might have had 9 people there at the most, where before we were busting at the seams with well over 200 at the multipurpose.
Yeah.
So then you have other communities near us that butt up against us that had the same event and pushed it as a father-daughter dance and sold tickets for $30 a piece, and they sold out. So that started, we started thinking if they sell out ahead of time and we're getting 9 people at our event that used to be one of our most populars, I mean, sometimes we would have fathers show up with limos, with their kids.
Absolutely.
That was neat. That was neat.
So I'll let Kathy take over and kind of give you guys the details and the dates for what we have planned for that.
All right, so this year, or I guess next year, February 4th is the first Saturday in February. It is at the multipurpose building from 2 to 4. The theme we've picked this year is Under the Sea. And
Under the what?
Under the Sea. It's a mermaid theme.
Okay.
Did you see the mermaids at Goblins?
I didn't see them, but I seen the pictures. Those
They
were.
are going to come and do the same setup for picture opportunities and interact with the kids, and they're going to do the face painting at the event for the children as well.
There were more children dressed as mermaids or the Little Mermaid than anything else added together. It tripped me out. The movie's not even out. And it's like, and it was just like, I could not believe. I mean, my granddaughter showed up dressed as
Who were those
Mermaid.
people?
It was,
Who were those people? I didn't get a chance to see them. All I seen was pictures. Is that something you can talk about or not?
They're mythical. They're mermaids.
They're mermaids.
I could talk about it,
My
but
bad.
honestly, I don't have it in front of me, so I don't recall.
That's fine. I was just,
I did
like I
reach
said,
out.
I didn't get to see them. I just,
Yeah, she lives here in Lake Forest, the one that I was going back and forth with, and I think she said there's like a group of 6 of them that will, they're starting up their own little business and wanting to do the party scene and so forth. So.
Is that the same one that was at the library for?
I don't believe so, because I gave her information to Miss Donna, and I didn't know she had one, and she had said she just had a mermaid there, but she was going to add her to her contact list.
Because that
I don't
was,
believe so.
that was the Summer reading program? Yeah, summer reading program with Miss Donna had.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they were a big hit at the Goblins event. So we've tailored our new event, our father-daughter dance, to be able to incorporate them. So it'll be nice. All the little kids will have the face paint to go with their outfits and so
That's
forth.
super cute. Do we have a cost for those tickets yet?
Not yet. I think, what have we done in the past, $5? $5 per family is what it's traditionally been. I've done the design, but we've not fine-pointed the detailed information to advertise it yet, so I don't know if that's gonna change or not.
Okay.
Is February 4th a Saturday or?
It is a Saturday. It's the first Saturday in February.
So it could be grandma, granddaughter.
Absolutely. It can be anybody.
We're in there.
Yep.
No, and see, that was what one of the things were, and it's just simply not like that. It's basically for anybody. If you've got a child that don't have a mom and dad or aunt and uncle or grandma, man, grab them and bring them and let them stand on your toes and dance around with them. You know, it's about fun. It's not about a name. So.
So when we go to announce this or talk about it, on Facebook, I think we should father-daughter dance, and whoever wants to attend, kind of, it should.
Absolutely.
Everybody's welcome.
Sure. It's for the kids. It's basically
the
bring
kids.
the kids and let the kids have fun. And they also have wonderful snacks.
Oh, yeah.
Gotta have snacks.
We'll have snacks, and we have a DJ coming, so it'll be children-themed music as well.
Okay.
And I can't remember, I think in the past, if it was $5 per couple, that covered your whole family.
Correct, $5.
So if you had 3 kids, there was no upcharge after the initial $5.
Yeah,
Do
make
you have
it,
an age limit?
Nope.
No, ma'am.
No age limit? Okay. So 13-year-old will be fine.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Chief Walker used to come with his daughter when she was in college.
Oh,
Yeah,
Nice.
so yeah, there's no age limit.
okay.
all right, let's move on to Martin Luther King.
All right, so it is scheduled for January 16th at 10 o'clock here in the boardroom at City Hall. Sharmil Babalosa is going to be one of our speakers. Theowana Hatchett, she is confirming because of the surgery. So she will confirm with me, and then I've reached out to a third speaker. I've not heard back yet. So that will be here like we have in prior years. The speakers will have refreshments,
What time was that again?
10 a.m.
Is Shamil, has she moved back?
I don't believe so. She did not tell me if she has or not. I've been going back and forth with her in email, so I'm not sure.
For those of you who don't know her, she is fabulous. She's fabulous. I won't go into a lot of detail, but she's fabulous, and if I'm hoping that she will give you some more information about another event. If her and Commissioner Hope Oliver can work it out.
What's her name again?
But her name is Sharmil Babalosa.
Babalosa.
I call her Sharil. All right, Lord have mercy. We're talking about this already, and
We're back to that again. Wow.
Gotta start early.
well, and I think me and David talked about this back a couple months ago when we had it, that it seemed like just yesterday we started talking about it, and boom, it was here. So let's talk a little bit about Old Timers Festival.
Well, we're gonna throw a couple of things out just to get some feedback from you guys. We were kind of on the fence if we wanted to do it tonight, but we're gonna go ahead and rip the Band-Aid off. What's your thoughts on there's several things we'd like to see do. One is kind of rebrand the name, kind of get away from the Old Timers Festival, because I think LaVergne has outgrown that. For people that, I personally don't have an issue with it, and I grew up in this city. So I was on the front end of it, but I just think we have grown past the Old Timers name, and I think it may deter some people from coming out and wanting to participate. Number 2 is, what y'all's thoughts on moving away from the parade and just focusing on one parade, the Christmas parade, or do we want to keep the Old Timers Day Parade.
Wow, that's some tough questions. I guess my first question would be is what name are you thinking about?
We don't know. That would be, this board, we would have to come together with some ideas. I don't know, we've kicked around maybe LaVergne Fall Festival or, we don't know. We're not 100% sure that the name is not the branding now is not a deterrent.
We could actually create a poll and get the public involved, since they're the ones that come and participate.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, as sitting on the board and you guys being citizens of LaVergne, what are your thoughts on Old Timers Day? Are we proposing something that we shouldn't be, or?
No, I think you're onto something there. Yeah, because if you were new here and you're like, old timers, you're gonna think old-timey music, you're gonna think antiques, you're gonna think flea market.
Well, and you've got the traditional people that, like my parents' generation, not so much mine, but theirs. There's not a whole lot of them around anymore, and when they think of old timers, or they come to that day, they want to take it back to what it was in the late 70s, early 80s, and we just can't do that. So much has changed. We can't get those elements to come, and there's not a whole lot of those elements around. You've got Uncle Dave Making Days that ties up a bunch of stuff in Murfreesboro, and then you've got, Mule Days, and then you've got Pioneer Days, I think, in Chapel Hill.
Well, we've kind of, even in the festival itself every year, we've kind of gotten away from that. We're bringing in like the axe throwing, we're throwing in animals and more things for families. And it's that, when I first moved here and went, there was more of the old timers. It was very small. It was very flea market feel. And then there was a whole section over on the side with pictures where they were more celebrating the history of LaVergne. And there's a time and a place for that. But this has become more of a festival for families. And it's been going in a different direction for years. And I honestly think that's a great idea on rebranding the name on it and be able to pull in more people from even further out and take that out of the back of their brain that it's
Well, if we go ahead and start do a thing to change the name, like have a a poll or whatever, it'll start building momentum for it. Because I was talking to somebody the other day, and I didn't even call it the Old Timers Festival. I was just like, the Founders Festival. And that's just what I didn't even think about it. And we were talking about it, it popped back in my head.
I like
I had
the
said
LaVergne
that.
City Festival. I think that, and I think our name should be in there for the city and just a festival.
I kind of agree with what Laura's saying about, and David, with the new, you've got people that see it as an old timers festival, and it kind of detours them away, but at the same time, you got the old people that say, why are they changing it? But unfortunately, there is more younger people. I think it's
more families are gonna come
more
out.
families. Now, to mix in the parade, that really brings up a good thing, because, I'm up in front. So when I get back, I'm there, and by the time the whole parade comes through, a lot of people
Have left.
are ready to go home.
Well, and it's definitely something to think about. I mean, everybody loves a good parade. I think what we have too, pretty much, I don't say back to back, but they're within 3 months of each other, 4 months of each other.
It's a lot.
It is a lot. It's a lot on emergency services, the PD, it's a lot on them. They have to fully staff it, so they are finally fully staffed, but the guys that work on the night shift, they have no choice but to stay over during the day until the parade's done. I mean, it's something to think about. I know the PD and the fire department would not oppose getting rid of it. I don't know how much pushback we would get from that.
Well, think about it. We have Old Timers, 5K, and then the Christmas parade. It's all slammed in there together. And as someone with Carol that has worked these, it's difficult. It's
Well,
difficult.
and it's gotten to be the last several years, the end of the parade, you're looking at 200 to 250 horses.
I was about to
Which
say
we
that.
enjoy the horses to come, but if we, we don't have that issue in the Christmas parade because they don't participate. We enjoy those, that's a big draw, but if we want to move forward and we still want to have a parade at OTF, then we're going to have to limit the number of participants of
Yeah.
horses. We're gonna-
But also, like Steve said, as someone who's out there working it, you get those big gaps, and then people are walking away not realizing that it's over, and then they're going home. Whereas we could put more effort into pulling them to the park without that parade, and focus more on the advertising aspect of it and all the fun stuff. And so you've got the little kids, and they come out there, and they're excited for the parade, and then they're tired, and they want to go home. Whereas, let's go straight up here and just do this. And then, you've got your traffic up here, people coming in and participating, and that is in itself just a whole mess, trying to get through the parade traffic, to get up there, and people just don't want to wait. They don't want to do that.
Yeah.
So I think we should focus absolutely more on the festival and save the parade for the Christmas, because that is the best part. It's lit up, it's at night. We're one of the very few that do them at night. Can't really think of too many places around here. They all do them in the mornings, Nashville, Smyrna, Murfreesboro. And I think we could put more effort into getting more people involved if that's the only one we have.
Well,
I think also too, if you've, the parade and the Old Timers Day, Festival, whatever you want to call it, if you have bad inclement weather, then you've got two different almost entities to deal with to try and maneuver out. I think it's a good idea, David, and I know some little kids like the parade, and I know some parents that do, but I also know people that want to come to the park, bring their families, that sort of stuff. So
I think it would encourage more. I almost feel like it keeps people away. If parade's not your thing, but you want to go to that, well, we got to wait till that's over and all the traffic and oh, they've got to move the lanes back. It does kind of, I would think, hinder you wanting to come out and participate.
Well, we're not having a December meeting anyway, so our next meeting will be January. We're still going to have this on there, so that may give you guys a little bit of time to get out in the community and talk to people and mention it. Do you participate in OTF? If you do you really want to continue to see the parade? And see what kind of feedback you get. I know as far as city staff goes, I kind of know where we sit on it. Every department that was involved, we generally have a follow-up after that, just to discuss what we did right and what we did wrong. And that was one of the topics that came up. And majority of the people were, we're on board with, if we did away with it, they wouldn't have an issue with it. So it's something, we wanted to throw that out there, so we have time to know what to do next year.
Well, and let's look at it this way. Some of the groups that have to be involved with the traffic and the parade would have the ability to be a bigger part of the festival if they weren't tied up there. Like, we have to get the kids that help with the parking. Maybe they would like to have a booth. Maybe they would like to do something up there. But by the time they finish all of that, well, no. So that might actually help us get a bigger festival and way more people involved if you're not tied up in so many different things.
And you know what, this year I think we had how many school bands did we have in it?
In the Old Timers, we have one in Old Timers.
So if we did that, if we get away from the parade, but we still invited several schools out, maybe we could kind of have like a little battle of the bands at the park. Because time them kids walk a mile and a half,
You're right.
they're wore out.
And they're not going to participate in the festival either, even as far as walking around and looking at everything because they're exhausted.
So let me back up here a little bit, because it's not on here, just, and I may be putting the buggy before the horse here. What are you guys planning for the carnival thing?
He told me he was gonna get with me before the end of the year. He's wanting to come in May versus at the end of his tour, because it was so hot when he came here last time. So, I don't know when in May. He goes to Minnesota in May, so he would want to hit our area before he went to Minnesota, but I don't have definite dates because he's not gotten.
So you don't think getting the carnival like a little bit before Old Timers is a good idea?
I mean, I could try. We really like this carnival that we had this last time, but to get him here during that time frame would not work because of his schedule. 'Cause
And
he
it
has
kind of
certain
took away
states-
from the festival too.
And he has certain states that he goes to. So if he were to come here before he goes to Minnesota, it would have to be in May.
Which might be good for an end-of-school bash for the kids.
And that's what we were thinking. It's not as hot. Hopefully it would be before they got out of school, right before, so they weren't already on vacation. But yeah, it would either be middle of May or it's gonna be the end of September again, which was after OTF this last time, so.
Wasn't, no, I thought it was before OTF.
Was it before OTF?
It was before OTF.
It was
It was
just
the end of August.
Oh, it
Yeah,
was
it
end of August. I apologize. I was getting it in.
It was a couple of weeks
Halloween.
before.
Yeah, it was, I think it was the weekend before Labor Day.
Okay. We could try. I know the heat was a big thing with him, though.
Yes, it was very hot.
But you are correct, because there were 3 areas in Tennessee he did, and we're the first one he went to. So we could try to maybe, readjust that with him. But the heat, I don't know. It was his request to come before.
Tennessee weather, you can't be trying to,
Just the logistics of getting a carnival in the front parking lot and then trying to use your back parking lot for food vendors or whatever, then we're basically out of space, because we have nowhere to park cars. And heaven forbid, if we get a rain and that front field gets damp, and even if you do have a carnival and you can use the back parking lot and you don't have where to park cars.
I totally agree.
Yeah, so,
definitely-
we'll check all options.
Yeah, I don't want it with our festival at all because it took away, and because most of those carnivals put those stipulations that you can't have this or this because we have it, and it takes away from some of our local vendors.
And some of our vendors did also voice that they would not come if we had the carnival because the parents spend the money on the carnival and then they're not selling anything.
Well, I wasn't,
Food vendors, but the
I
craft.
I was in no way going down that road.
Right.
That's not what I was saying. I'm just saying if it kind of, the way it worked out this past year was it kind of coincided with OTF, and it looked like it was a fun couple of weeks of festivities, but if you can't get him, then you can't get him. Getting back to polls, and I put something like this out, was if you want to be in a business to where you make everybody happy, do not get into politics. As the vice mayor and sitting on that board and listening to the do's and don'ts of people, you're going to get blasted on polls. Sometimes as leaders, we have to make decisions because that's just the way it is. You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. So I think we need to talk a little bit more about it, January. Get some of our ideas together, and if you want to talk to people and get polls and stuff, but just know that you talk to this person and that person, and they're like on different spectrums of ideas. Good luck to you.
We could make it a contest.
That's what I was thinking.
Well, and I don't know really how truthful polls are. If you put out, do you want to see the parade continue? you're gonna have people that don't come to the parade that are gonna be like, yeah, I love a good parade. Why would they get rid of the parade? And they're gonna say, yeah.
And then they don't come.
Yeah.
No, for me, the polls was more of if we can come up with some names
I know all
for
about
the
it.
festival and then let people choose. But I also kind of want to see it as maybe like a contest too, just to get the public involved in renaming it. We're, changing history here and getting away from that. And I want absolutely for the public to feel involved, that we do this for you.
I think the parade should be our decision, like y'all's, us, the cities, just like if it makes sense to do it, great, let's keep doing it. If it doesn't, then we just stop it.
Yeah, the manpower and the overtime alone are a lot.
It's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money, and we just had that parade, and now we're doing the Christmas one.
Yeah. And you have
Last
to
thing,
The 5K, yeah.
we're gonna throw at y'all on the Old Timers Day is, we don't know how to move forward with the music. We don't know, we're throwing a lot of money at music acts and we're not getting a return on the investment. We don't know how to win there. That's what we struggled with. That's what we've struggled with the whole time we've been putting this on, since this staff has been on board. How do we win on the entertainment side? Or do we just start scaling back and use that money somewhere else? You got $20,000 tied up in a couple of music acts because you got to get the stage trailer, the audio, 2 music acts, their catering, and you're getting 50 people at the most to show up to an event. When do you finally say something's not working? The most people we have had was last year at the Resurrection concert. We probably had 200. I would say this year I had a clicker and I was counting. I don't remember which night I was counting, Friday or Saturday, but I counted at the end of the night, I had 180 on the clicker, and that was generous. If somebody drove by and looked at me, I counted them. Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say, I thought after we just did it, we talked about scaling back how many acts we were gonna have. Not have an all-day thing, just a shorter time period.
Yeah, we don't really know what the answer is. That's kind of why we're bringing it to you guys too. We don't know
Well,
how
so
to fix it.
on Saturday, if you're out there all day at this festival and with your family and enjoying, it's hard to get people to come back, and they're not gonna stay the whole time. Most people aren't. So if we were going to do a big entertainer Friday night to kick it off,
Yeah.
and then Saturday, maybe we just, like you said, have a local battle of the bands, that type thing. And so if you're just gonna do like music, Friday night, y'all come out, we're excited for tomorrow, and then Saturday, get the local bands, or if there's even some local garage bands, and do a battle of the bands.
We could do that, or, most people are just listening to the music. We could just have a DJ out there, and I'm sure that would save the city a lot of money.
Well, we've thought about that too, believe it or not.
Yeah.
We've thought about on Friday, the biggest crowd we had on a Friday night was probably 4 years ago when we showed a movie to kick it off. We had a movie on the football field. Football field was packed.
That's what I was gonna recommend, is because whenever we've had movie nights, the football field is packed. So kick it off with a movie night.
And it was here, and we're not, we have the screen. The only thing we would be out would be the licensing fee on the movie that we would show.
Do we have something besides inflatables?
Working on it.
Okay. Because I know that's just been a big hindrance. Like, we get it planned, and the
We're
winds-
working on fabricating something at this point off the football press box that's big enough that will come off, that'll be wide enough to hold the screen on like a cable and pulley type system, that we can raise it up to the top of the press box. That way the wind's not gonna blow us out again.
Right.
So, I don't know, it's just an idea. We had good luck with the movie that night.
That's a good idea.
Yeah.
And then if we're gonna put money out and we don't want to keep bringing the same bands back, because we're all fighting for the same, then I kind of like the battle of the bands. We can do like the garage bands, we can do the high school bands, things of that nature. If we're gonna spend money, give them a gift card. Here's a $100 gift card, as opposed to $20,000 on entertainment that nobody's listening to.
Right.
Give back to the community and let the winner have a $100 gift card.
If we're doing a whole name change and a rebrand, we don't need to stick with the same old, like Fleetwood Mac, what are they, 80s, 70s, 80s? We like start doing something a little more newer, younger,
Right.
rather than just we're all,
But we're really involving the public
yeah,
too.
we're doing other things that other kids,
Because if they're coming, so are their relatives.
Right.
But if we open it up to like high school bands, like the marching bands or whatever, and just have them perform, we're not gonna pay them, right?
Or gift card, like.
Yeah, they
What-
may, I don't know, I don't know how we would do that, if they would just get a trophy maybe for the winner.
Well, I was gonna say we could just make a donation to their program, because if you give every kid, some bands are large, and that could be more money than actually hiring a band. But if you made a donation to their band program, that would go a longer way for them, because my oldest son was in band. There was car washes and, all that stuff they have to do to pay for that, and that might be a way to attract more people to it.
Well, and you've got to realize the entertainment is half of our budget for Old Timers Day.
Right. Well, let's take it back and put it somewhere else.
Well,
Especially
this,
during the day, nobody shows up.
it's kind of funny you mentioned that, because we've kind of talked amongst ourselves and with some of the city staff about pulling that money out of there and reallocating it to maybe a different night where we kind of have like a faith night or a family night. I don't know what kind of pushback we get from the public on that, but it has been huge in Murfreesboro. They've shut the square down several times. And we can do that. I think that would go over huge. Partner with a local church for a cause, Feed the Hunger or something, and get some artists in here.
Yeah. We can do it. If it doesn't work, then we just don't do it again.
Well, I think if you get, there's a lot of Christian radio artists that are pretty mainstream anymore that live around in this area. So I think if we partner with the church that had that avenue, that's something we could look at, putting some of those funds towards in the future.
Yeah. Oh, that sounds great.
I think we get more return on our money than spending that kind of money and watching 30 people enjoy music.
Right.
Sounds like you need to get it back on the agenda, Miss Sheila. Poster. So I guess we could have very long conversations about this. I think it's going to be something that you guys are going to have to talk about, come up with some strategic ideas, and we can talk to people. I wouldn't put anything out there just yet, and just kind of talk about it and come back with a fresh start on the new year and get it going. Our next meeting won't be until next year, January 23rd, 2023. Between now and then, we'll hope we get those 77 inches of snow like they did in New York.
Buffalo, New York.
Miss Jody, we'll start out with you. You got any concerns, comments?
No, I think we have a lot of food for thought here, that's for sure, a lot of things to think about.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I wasn't even expecting to have this much to think about, like new names, new bands, new ideas, new.
Hey, this bunch over here keeps us busy.
Yeah, it's good, I like that. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to expect today. This is good.
Mr. Chuck?
I think I'm good.
All right. Commissioner Davidson?
Well, I'm excited. I am ready for the skating rink, and I'm ready for the Christmas parade, and I look forward to seeing all of y'all there.
Vice Chair Hawes?
I'm excited with what's coming down the road with the holiday, and happy Thanksgiving. Everybody be safe on your travels. And I don't know if Vice Mayor No's going to mention or not, but this is my last meeting.
Oh, I'm definitely going to mention.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't want to steal his thunder, so anyway, I will continue to attend meetings or view the meetings on the YouTube. I will continue to be here. I'm kind of like one of those bad pennies. You can't get rid of me, or a rotten apple. You can't get rid of me because I will be there. So everybody be safe. Happy Thanksgiving. And we'll see y'all in December.
If y'all get a chance, go by the skate park and check out the new LED lights. I went by there today, and the LED lights are going up. Of course, they're going up all over the city, so that's going to be great. But as Ms. Haas said, congratulations.
Thank you.
And this is your last meeting.
Yes, it is.
The next meeting you'll be sitting up here with the mayor, the rest of the aldermen.
December 1st.
And we wish you the best of luck in your venues, and thank you so much for being a part of this board. And I know you well enough to know that you're going to be at the events. We're not going to be able to get rid of you.
Nope.
I wish we had more like you in this city, but we've enjoyed you on this board. But unfortunately, you can't be here with me.
I know. I tried.
So you're more than welcome to come to the meetings. They're open to the public.
I will.
And as you said, watch them on YouTube. And
She's gonna leave some big shoes to fill. Whoever gets
Yep.
that seat's
I was
gonna have to
just saying,
step
do we
it on
have,
up.
Like is there a vote out or
Nope.
anything for people to, somebody to?
Well, they can apply online.
Yeah.
The applications.
Time of the year? It doesn't have to be a certain time?
No, they have to apply. They, again, contact Bruce, get an application, you fill it out, and then
her
it gets
seat,
brought up.
is now, I guess,
After this
Not
meeting,
a-
it becomes vacant.
Yeah.
comes vacant. So anyway, all right, guys, we'll be seeing you all around for the holidays, the parade, all that good stuff. David, Kathy, Sheila, great job as always, and we will see you guys next year in this setting. I call this meeting adjourned.
like to call the meeting to order and welcome everyone to the LaVergne Planning Commission, December 27th, 2022 at 6 p.m. regular meeting. We do have a quorum. First item is to approve the meeting minutes from the November 29th, 2022 regular meeting.
Make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. This time I'm going to pass item number 1 over to council.
All right, I'll take the gavel. So we need to open this up by nominating a chairman for a one-year term. So how we're going to do this is I'll ask for a motion to nominate the chairman and a second on that motion, and then we'll take a yes or no vote on the election. So I'll open up with, the floor is open now for nomination.
Nominate Earl Garvin for chairman.
All right, is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, sir.
We have a second. So we'll do a yes or no vote to nominate Earl Garvin for a one-year term, beginning with Mr. Coleman.
Yes.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
Mayor Cole?
Yes.
Mr. Garvin?
Aye.
Alderwoman Haas?
Aye.
Mr. Heisman?
Yes.
Mr. Molinar?
Aye.
The ayes have it, and I'll pass the gavel back to you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir, and thank you, everyone. Item number 2 is a motion to nominate and elect vice chairman for a one-year term. We will open the floor for nominations.
I'd like to nominate Mayor Jason Cole to be vice chair.
A second. Should we do a roll call on this as well, sir?
Yes.
Mr. Coleman?
Yes. Aye.
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 Thank you. Motion passes. And item number 3, motion to nominate and elect a secretary for a one-year term.
Nominate Graham Coates for secretary.
I second that. Mr. Coleman?
Aye.
Mr. Coates?
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
All right, thank you, everyone, and thank you, everyone, for your service. So we will open up with item number 4, which is deferred. Is that correct, Mr. Logan?
Yes, sir, that's right.
So we will move on to item number 5. Concept plan, Woodland Hills remaining land, 85 lots on 48.05 acres, requested by SEC Inc. Property located off Woodland Hills Drive, tax map 29, parcel 23 and 23.01, R2 medium density residential zoning district, property owned by Bob Parks. Mr. Logan.
So this request is for concept plan approval, and this is the remaining land of Woodland Hills subdivision. And they are proposing 85 lots on approximately 48 acres. So you can see on the screen, this sort of reverse C is sort of the shape there of the property. And zooming in, you can see this property lies next to Interstate 24. And so that's been the subject of some discussions the last couple months. But you can see it's a heavily wooded parcel of land, and this is the zoning map. This brick red color is R2 medium density residential, and that's the zoning for this parcel. So this is the old plan, and I kept that on there to show the lots when they were closer to I-24, especially in this area here on the screen. And that was about a month ago or 6 weeks, and now the applicant submitted a newer plan, and they made some changes there along I-24 to those lots. And they spaced them out differently and added a buffer there. As you can see, there's 2 streets that tie into the new Section 1, approximately this location, and then coming on down a little south and east of there is the second street that'll tie in. And then this is, again, the close-up view of the latest plan submitted with the changes to those lots. This has not changed since 2 weeks ago at the workshop, in case you're wondering. These are pictures that show each of the stub-out streets. So these are existing conditions. You can see, again, heavily wooded, lots of trees, and several, I guess, folks taking the liberty to put their basketball courts there, or basketball goals, which I see in every community I go to, so that's pretty common. But anyway, there's another view of the trees
and the area that'll be developed. So there were no comments 2 weeks ago, no technical comments by staff, and that's, of course, still the same tonight. And that completes the report. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments from the board for the developer?
With everything being addressed, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. On to the first item of new business. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 4.3 acres, property located at 237 and 245 Cheney Boulevard, tax map 28, parcel 10 and 11, current zoning district, A, agricultural zoning district, proposed zoning district, R3, high-density residential zoning district, property owned by Joe Boner. Mr. Logan.
So this request for rezoning is on Cheney Boulevard, and currently this property is zoned agricultural. You can see here on the screen, it's on the east side of Cheney Boulevard, and zooming in here you can see, so it is located between Cheney and Summit, and this area currently has 2 dwellings located on it, and we'll see pictures of those in just a moment. This zoning here, you can see it's agricultural again, and then Summit Drive to the east or to the rear is zoned R2, medium density, and that R2 goes all the way down to the intersection with Cheney. Then north of this is a large area of high-density residential, which is R3, and that extends quite a ways toward the 3-way intersection with Old Nashville Highway. And then there is some more agricultural land that's undeveloped that lies directly across the street, across Cheney from this location. So this was here last May of this year, so these are some of the photos from May. And then this is a couple weeks ago, or 3, so you get to see it in both seasons. And again, here's a shot from Cheney in May. It's amazing how much is covered up, and you really can't tell with all the vegetation. Can't tell exactly what's on the property. This is again looking up Cheney, so this is north, going all the way toward that 3-way stop at Old Nashville. And then this is another view that shows the dwelling. So there's a home there, looks like a typical maybe double wide. And then there is a mobile home that you probably saw back in this photo. So this is 4.3 acres, and they're requesting to rezone from agricultural to high-density residential. And on the screen, they've submitted a concept plan that would give you an idea, a rough idea of what the property would look like. It's approximately 50 townhomes on the screen, and you can see at least one of the concepts for looks like 2 access points off of Cheney would be included. Of course, the fine details will come later at site plan stage if this property is successfully rezoned. I think that they did submit this exhibit that just shows the 2 dwellings currently on the survey. And there's no technical items from staff, and that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments in regards to this item? No questions. We will be asking for a favorable or unfavorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
Make a motion to send a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen.
We have a motion for a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
No.
All opposed?
No.
No, Mr. Coates? No from Mr. Coates. Motion passes. We will be sending a favorable recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item, item number 7. Recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen, rezoning of property requested by SEC Inc., 11.32 acres, property located at Wheeler Street and Jefferson Pike, tax map 18K, Group A, Parcel 6, current zoning district, I-1, light industrial zoning district, proposed zoning district, I-2, heavy industrial zoning district, property owned by 84 Lumber. Mr. Logan.
So this request is to rezone property to I-2, which is heavy industrial, and currently the property is zoned I-1, which is light industrial. And the 84 lumber facility is near the center of the screen here, so this property is basically south of the existing 84 lumber property. And zooming in, you can see this is an underground gas pipeline, so that's what this easement is, where they keep it clear and keep all the trees cut. So that's the easement running through, and it runs through a significant portion of this property they're wanting to rezone also. So the existing facility for 84 lumber is the darker blue, which is I-2, and of course below that, as mentioned, it's I-1. So this would make the zoning match for both of their properties, and they would both be I-2. There is a mixture of zoning in the area. There's R2 to the south, and then there's some R1 scattered, although there's no R1 directly touching this property. And then to the east is a large area on Wheeler Street, of course, is also zoned I-1. And these are some photos that show Wheeler Street and the wooded area behind, which is this parcel that's asking to rezone. And this is one of the exhibits submitted by the applicant. They are showing 50-foot wide buffers. These are transitional buffers that are required by the zoning ordinance. So they are showing those between any residential areas and the I-2 property. And there's no comments, no staff comments or technical items, so that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments for staff on this item?
I'd just like to say that, just for the record, that I do own a piece of property on Wheeler Street, and it's not next to the property, but it's close to it, so I'll make sure people are aware of that. My concerns with this is the access of getting the trucks, the track trailers with the homes or the wood on board out of the area. It's a very poor area. We have lots of issues with the junction of Jefferson Pike and Merceborough Road. Although from what we understand, TDOT is working on that junction. At the present time, the amount of tractor trailers coming out of the area is a very large amount, and putting in this additional zoning would increase that capacity, and I don't think it's a good idea for that street without improvements or other access ways out of the property.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions or comments? Once again, we will be taking a favorable or non-favorable recommendation for the Board of Mayor and Aldermen in the motion.
Make a motion for an unfavorable recommendation.
We have a motion for unfavorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We'll be sending an unfavorable recommendation on this item to Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Next item. Site plan, High Point 24, Lot 2, requested by Kimley Horn. 3 buildings totaling 540,192 square feet on 143.04 acres. Property located on Blair Road, tax map 29, parcel 19.14, 20, and 20.03. I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by High Point 24 Phase 1 LLC. Mr. Logan.
This is a request for site plan approval at the High Point 24 development, and this is just for Lot 2. You can see the property on the screen, and this is on Blair Road. So this is Sam Ridley Parkway here coming off of I-24, and when you drive that way, you take the right and then proceed north, and this development's on your right. With the new building there next to Blair, it's hard to miss it. It's some very large buildings. It is about 500 240,000 square feet. And that just is on Lot 2 alone. That would not count the building that's sitting close to the road. Total at build-out, there's 7 buildings that are planned and about 1.1 million square feet of distribution space. And the smallest building on this plan is about 151,000 square feet, and the largest building is about 255,000 square feet. So zooming in there, you can see the location of the building next to Blair, and then all the site work that was being done when this image was taken. And so it moves at such a pace that the imagery can't even keep up with how fast things are happening on the ground. So you only get a snapshot in time. It really doesn't give you the full story. But if you've been out there, you've seen this developer's gone to great length to direct truck traffic back to I-24 when exiting the site, and they've put up a lot of signage for that. It's in some of the photos. This is a strange shaped parcel, and Lot 1, we talked about this 2 weeks ago, but Lot 1 wraps around and kind of has this narrow part, like a neck, that runs along I-24, and then it opens out again. And then in the middle of that is this lot, which is Lot 2, and these 3 buildings that are covered with Lot 2. So these are some photos of the property. These are the buildings on Lot 1 that are finished. And you can see what they look like. This is submitted by the applicant in the plans. And again, the sort of the red shaded area is not part of this lot number 2. It's all part of Lot 1. So we're just talking about these 3 buildings here in the center for tonight. The internal road, some of you all have seen it, and that was put in by the developer. So that's the internal road that's servicing all these buildings. And this is another view of the site plan that shows the Lot 1 and Lot 2 layout. This plan tonight does show 581 parking spaces, and 271 would satisfy the city's requirement. So 271 required, but they have 581, so there's plenty of parking. And there's just a closer view of their site plan. I believe that's the last slide. Yeah. And there's no technical items, so that completes the report. Thanks.
Thank you, sir. Do we have any questions or comments on this item?
All the technical items have been addressed, and I appreciate the engineering group work with us on the questions and answers that we proposed, and they did do that. With that, I'll make a motion to accept as submitted.
We have a motion to accept as submitted. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Item number 9. Amendment to site plan 290 Tech Park Industrial. Modification to site requested by former Lucas, property located at 290 Tech Park Drive, tax map 29, parcel 5.12. I-2 Heavy Industrial Zoning District, property owned by 5 Star Investment LP. Mr. Logan.
This is the request for site plan approval at 290 Tech Park Industrial. And this site is located on Tech Park Drive, and it's the last remaining open lot, last remaining vacant lot on this road. So it's on the west side of the road and not far north of the intersection with Industrial and Mason. So this lot, this project was here in July of this year, so not that long ago. They've made some changes, and they've reduced the parking, and they've also reduced the amount of asphalt and paving, so they've made some site changes and also some changes to the way that stormwater is directed. So that was discussed 2 weeks ago at the workshop. But this is the zoning map, so you can see this entire area is the dark blue, which is I-2 Industrial. And these are some photos from when the property was here in July. So there are street trees have been planted for some time next to the road, and other than that, it's just a flat vacant lot that's already been graded for development. So this is the plan that's current tonight. And you can see, as was discussed 2 weeks ago at workshop, these parking spaces were lined up on both sides of the aisle here, and those have been removed since July's plan. They've also reconfigured this pavement and taken some of it out, and they've reduced the number of truck bays, I think by 2 since July. And they've made some stormwater changes as well that I mentioned. So this is, you can kind of see, that's the old plan. So if you watch in this area here at the top, you can see especially how they've reduced. So that was July, and that's tonight. And then you can see the truck bays were quite a bit more in July, and you can see they reduce tonight. So that's just some of the changes that they've made, and that's the reasons that they had to return to the Planning Commission. The fee in lieu for the project has not changed since July. It's still in your report. It's still listed as $26,940, so that's unchanged since July. This is based on the frontage, which of course is not changing at the road. So that completes the report. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there a representative here for this project? If you would state your name and address for the record, kind sir.
Yes, Josh Hutchison, former Lucas, 2002 Richard Jones Road, Nashville.
Thank you, sir. My only question was, since we downsized the parking lot, did we make accommodations for the fire department?
Yes, the accommodations for the fire department have not changed since the original plan, which just to refresh everybody's memory, there was some discussion about having an access road around the backside of the building due to topo. That just can't happen. And in dealing with the fire marshal during the original review, we agreed to put standpipes and man ladders around the side and the rear of the building, and that has not changed.
Very good. Does anyone have any other questions or comments?
You took my question, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
So with that said, with the including in the $26,940 for the fee in lieu of, I'll make a motion to accept with that fee in lieu.
We have a motion to accept. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, sir. Item number 10, recommendation to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen adopt the new zoning ordinance and zoning map. Mr. Logan.
I did receive just a few minor changes from Mr. Coates. So I'll be sending those to Melissa at Folkert. Other than that, I haven't received any comments about the ordinance.
Just to the rest of the board, they were just typographical, nothing substantive. It was just misspelling and some commas and some other sort of minor items, but nothing to do with any structure of the document itself.
So can we proceed forward, or those changes need to be addressed? I'll point that direction at council.
I think we can proceed forward. If everybody's in agreement that those changes were just facial.
I would agree that if they're not changing the content, it's just grammar and spelling, that we would be able to move forward.
Agreed. With that, we will be making a recommendation for favorable or unfavorable to the Board of Mayor and Aldermen. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, after almost over a year of working on this document and a lot of time and effort put in, which I'm sure that the board's done a great job, and with that I'll make a motion to send a favourable recommendation to the Mayor and Aldermen.
And we have a motion to send a favorable recommendation. Do we have a second?
A second.
We have a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, everyone. Item number 11. We're very happy about that. We've been working on that very hard and for a long time. So item number 11, bonds, letters of credit update. Mr. Brown.
Mr. Chairman, the bond list is up to date. Everyone should have a copy in front of them. Chelsea Estates Phase 2 and Carruthers Crossing Phase 1 both expire in January. Both of them are going to extend a letter of credit. They both already agreed to do that, so they're in the process of working on that. And that should be it.
Very good, thank you, sir. And I believe Mr. Logan has an announcement.
Yes,
training
I
dates?
just, thanks. I meant to do this, but the elections tonight sort of got in the way. So the training, some of the new members may not know, but the state of Tennessee requires all planning commissions and BOZs to have at least 4 hours of training per year. And so historically, LaVergne has always done that in the wintertime, almost always in February. So